Chapter 71 Rosenberg Household vs Anti-Rosenberg Faction. Reluctantly Eli agreed to let Regulus and the others board. The airship Rosenblatt took off and they headed for the Tola Mountains, where the battle would happen. After a few hours they arrived. A floating mountainous region was the site of the battle. From the Rosenberg Duchy some ships together with their flagship took off. Small and large acres of what was once a huge mountain and forest now floated in the sky. This phenomenon was caused by a monozone. The strange thing is that there were never such mishaps here. On one side was floating some stands, where witnesses would be watching the duel. It was covered by several cups of magic spells and even court mages who were going to protect the witnesses. But beyond, in the background of that beautiful blue sky, a large enemy fleet was approaching. Eli screamed when she saw that large fleet. What's with that ridiculous number of ships? The number of enemy ships was 800. While the number on the Rosenberg household side was only 300. It was supposed to be a little more, to reach 450 ships. But there were still many more to go. As Eli was puzzled by the situation, the captain of the flagship informed her. Eli's Ajisama, there are problems. Which ones they are? We received a report recently, our other allies won't be able to come on time as they had a problem. We told them not to delay, but now we have been informed that the magic stone of their airships was destroyed. Excuse me. The magic stone is not only used to provide electricity and magic tools. It also serves to enable airships to fly. Because it is just a large glowing stone, it is placed on the highest part of an airship. Airships are created to hide it, so it is difficult to locate where it is hidden. The magic stone distributes its power through a configured spell that absorbs its power and placed it on the hull of the ship. It is totally different from that RPG game where the magic stone went to the bottom of the ship. Eli demanded to know why they haven't changed the magic stone on their ships and come. But the captain informed her. I'm very sorry, but everyone said that their reserves were destroyed. The noble houses that are missing to come are using excuses, or did someone really destroy them? Magic stones are fragile, that's why they are kept in safe locations, but for them to break or crack is due to a greater force, like a human hand. Eli thought about how weird this was, but there was no turning back. Tell the allies to enlist, and to inform the enemy flagship that we've arrived. Why yes. Eli trembled as the numerical advantage was ridiculously large, and even the size of the ships was just as large. Inside the flagship of the Anti-Rosenberg faction, there was Grin smiling wickedly. The day has come for the Rosenbergs to pay for what they did to me. Just for this day I asked for help from a friend in a certain place. Tell the enemy forces to ignore the other ships, to focus on the flagship. Grin listened as Eli reported that they were ready. His sinister smile only grew darker. Tell Bayman he can have some fun while the super battleships advance. The flagship was escorted by 3 super battleships, warships that were created to resist attacks and destroy their enemies with their powerful cannons. The length of the ship was 1,000 meters. Grin knew he had won without lifting a finger. So what do we do? Regulus and the others were on the deck discussing. Apparently, the battle would soon begin as the airships were slowly taking off. The whole point of this battle is to defeat the enemy flagship. We must shoot it down or conquer it. Regulus said as Cid replied with affirmation. You're right, but how will we make it there? Regulus smiled confidently and went to a far part of the deck where some objects covered by sheets lay. As he removed the sheets, a nostalgic memory came to Cid's mind. These are the same ones from that time. Some hoverboards similar to the war horses they used in their duel were here. Regulus brought them when they went to see Eli, brought them in when she was given permission. We'll use these and approach the flagship and conquer it. Sounds like a good plan, but you're overconfident. Cid said, and Oscar seconded him. It is as Prince Siegfried says, Your Highness. The enemy cannons will kill us before we get in close. For that reason we will take different routes. Since there are 6 of us, we'll split in 2 to get these guys up. And with that. Hey, Where's Belange? Jake turned to look, as did the others, but they couldn't find him. That's weird he was supposed to be behind me. Would he have gone to lunch? At a time like this? This is Belange we're talking about. Regulus sighed and said, well, it'll just be us. Let's inform Elise of what we'll be doing. The five headed to Eli's to report the situation they would do, but it was too late. A beam of light struck a nearby ship. What was that? The attack had begun. Several beams of light approached and the ship was destroyed, but without killing anyone, it only destroyed the magic stone and was slowly descending until it hit the ground. Regulus didn't understand that until he saw someone on a ship pointing. What's going on here? In the cabin of the flagship, Eli and the others were shocked. Why are they attacking us? Some of the aircraft were attacking them, they were not the enemies but from their side. Are they betraying us right now? Betrayal during a war game was forbidden, but unless it was a false betrayal and they were always their enemies. That was allowed since it was before the declaration of war. Allied ships that were now enemies were firing on the Allies. Eli ordered the captain to attack. Deploy the cannon, quickly. Aye. According to the manual, hidden on the deck was a double cannon. It was large enough to cover almost the entire forward part. The cannon moved close to a ship that was firing at them. Fire! Shouted the captain, and a large cannonball was fired. Despite being covered by defensive magic spells, the ship exploded. Quickly it moved to fire at another. But the enemies were not going to give them time. Captain, the enemy fleet is closing fast. Small ships and a super-battleship were slowly approaching to begin the attack. Eli bit her lips as she shouted what her heart held in her heart. Damn you all! The situation is very bad because of the Rosenbergs, don't you think so, instructor? Yes. On the stands, a small portion of the witnesses sent by the Imperial Palace were watching everything. Among them were the Sword Saints. A beautiful blonde-haired elven woman with green hair tips and closed eyes, Christina was looking at the situation in annoyance. The man next to her, a young man with flaming red hair and a round face, Gordolf, the Sun Saint. And to the side of him, a man with light blue hair was looking at himself in the mirror instead of the battle, Lucius, the Saint of Mercury. The three saints were forced to come even though they were working. Christina was the most irritated, but not by coming but by her enemies. Attacking from their own side and then a large enemy fleet coming to back them up, no matter how you look at it, is unfair. I'm surprised you'd say that when your eyes are closed. A vein marked on Christina's forehead. Just because they're closed doesn't mean I can't feel the magical power of the air and thus visualize the idiotic situation. Sorry, ha 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 ha. Gordolf chuckled a bit maliciously. Instead Lucius only replied what he heard. Even if that's the case, on the battlefield enemies are everywhere. It is very careless of them to think that in their own ranks there would be no enemies, a rookie mistake. Christina was annoyed, and as she was about to lecture Lucius, she was rendered speechless by what she saw. From the sleeve of his white shirt a tentacle came out and he started to brew some tea. After making all the preparations for it, he tapped the cup lightly indicating it was ready. Lucius took the cup as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Christina, after making an idiot face, turned her head from side to side to make sure she wasn't crazy. Upon seeing Lucius again, he asked what was wrong. Is something wrong? No, nothing. What was that? The battle continued with intensity. Wipe out the Rosenbergs. A duke's family is a target for elimination. Kill them all, gyahaha. The voices of the sailors that could be heard were weird. Despite the sound of the cannons echoing in the sky, their cries of wanting to kill them all were much clearer. It was then that Celia said something that puzzled them further. The vulgar way they talk, doesn't it sound like pirate language to you? Pirates? Evelyn asked. Since she didn't know that word, Celia was the one who explained what they were. Criminals are usually called bandits, but when they are on land. When they are on the heights, whether they have revolted or mutinied, they are called pirates to differentiate. I see, it's very odd indeed. That may be, but the question is not that. Otherwise, why did they mutiny? It's odd all. The Rosenblatt's guns were still firing at their approaching enemies. Don't hesitate, finish those little shits off. Take the head of the Rosenberg's daughter. Baron Grin promised us a large sum of money to whoever brings him the head of that bitch. Several veins were marked on Eli's forehead. HOH? So that Grin guy is the one responsible for this, right? Eli turned and walked out of the booth, the girls were right behind her. Phew 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 phew, ha 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 ha. Eli started laughing strangely, as if she had gone crazy. These idiots betrayed us for money. Ha ha ha. What do you idiots think? My future husband used all that bounty money from that monster to pay off our house debts. He'd rather save us than be rich. That's a real man and not you. I'm glad Razel isn't here, so I can kill them myself. From Eli's hand a magic circle manifested, from that circle grew several spears of fire almost 5 meters long. The spears of fire were shot straight at a nearby ship and ignited it. What is this? Help Owa! The voices of the traitors were obliterated as the ships exploded. Lily looked at Eli with sad eyes. Eli-chan. Celia tapped her shoulder as she shook from side to side. Leave her alone, she's angry since the situation is bad. Just let her get even. Evelyn asked Celia as Eli continued to laugh as she attacked the traitors. Celia-chan, where would Razel-san have gone? Who knows? He said he had something important to do and will take care of it. Seriously, leaving some defenseless girls at a time like this, he's really the worst if he wants to give us a chance to show off since we couldn't do much at La Tremont. If Razel-san were here, would things be different? I'm sure it would be him and not the princess who would be attacking the traitors. The girls were talking about what Razel would do if he were here. At that moment footsteps approached. Eli stopped attacking to focus on 2 presences that were near Lily. She pointed her hand, but the 2 presences raised their hands in surrender. Please stop, we are not enemies. I've never seen you before, who are you? One of them, a young woman, with short, neck-length, plum-colored hair tied in a ponytail in the back with chin-length bangs and light purple eyes. She wore armor that covered her shoulders and a skirt with metallic edges. While the one standing next to her was someone in full armor that even her eyes hid, she was a bit rusty and had fractured horns on her head. The girl spoke. A pleasure to officially meet you, daughter of the Duchess Rosenberg. I am Emily Crossbell, one of the 12 candidates for Sword Saint. Eli lowered her hand at the sound of that name. True, Glenn informed me that among all the new knights we recruited, there was someone who stood out the most, with that being you, but what about you? She was now addressing the person in rusty armor, who spoke in a tone distorted by the acoustics of the helmet. My name is Richard, the knight-errant. A man's voice echoed. Eli felt odd for a moment. Richard. Yes, that's my name. Glendano and I are old acquaintances, he asked me personally to come and support you. I'm of use, please give me orders, Miss Rosenberg. Eli was still confused, but the battle against the faction that hates them had already begun. I don't care who you are as long as you're not an enemy. The errant knight put his hand over his heart to make Eli feel even more weird. Don't worry, because of my friendship with Glendano, I will fight to my last breath for Rosenberg household. How weird, despite this being the first time we've met. I feel like this has happened before. In Eli's memory, a man with a face covered in black appeared, holding out his hand to her when she was still small. Could it be someone I knew when I was a little girl? Emily said to Eli. Please let me go fight. But who will you fight? Emily pointed to a certain ship, from which several lights were coming out, hitting the defenses of other ships. Whoever does that, I know him. He'll keep attacking until he's not defeated. If I'm going to fight that person, it will give the Allies a break. Fine, but how will you go? Don't worry. Emily placed her hand on her chest, stepped back a little. Since I came back from La Tremont I became stronger to see him again. And she ran with all her might to use physical reinforcement magic, which made her strength gain a great strength. She took a leap straight at one ship and then at another. When she was close to the enemy ship that was firing in all directions, she drew her sword. A beautiful sword which was called Lost Treasure, a magical object left by someone or something in the past. Roar with all your might, Apollonia! With that battle cry, the sword was covered in a great golden light and impacted against the ship. An object leapt through the debris and both that mysterious figure and Emily landed on a floating island. Emily pulled out her shield and pointed it in the direction of a person standing up. His clothes were white with green stripes, he wore black boots and white gloves. His hair was red like his eyes, combed all the way back and pulled back in a small ponytail. The long-faced, serious-faced man looked at Emily graciously. I never expected to find you here, Crossbell. I'm not Crossbell anymore. What did you say? Since what happened at La Tremont, my family kicked me out of the house. My older brother wanted an excuse to do it, now I'm a knight without a name or a house. But now I went into work for the Rosenberg. Ha 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 ha. As Emily gave her emotional introduction, the man burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're serious? Are you serious? Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Said Emily annoyed. Ha ha ha, I used to be a Rosenberg knight. The man made a stately introduction as he introduced himself. The current great head of the Bayman family, Justus Bayman, was part of the Rosenberg Knights. But when the stupid Duke ruined everything, I had to leave, that's the usual. And now, you're telling me you work for them? And in this situation? You're an idiot, aren't you? Bayman was part of the 12 candidates, a man in his 30s who believed that the era of swords was outdated. The real revolution would begin with him, the era of magic bows. From his pocket he took out a small object similar to a golden bow. The bow shone and grew. It's normal for a talented knight to work in a worthwhile house. I was going to rot if I was with those losers. Even if it's as you say, it's a knight's duty to follow his master. That's our duty. Old age bullshit. The old era knights were idiots who thought that serving a master was forever. The new era of knights is to go with the highest bidder. And that case for me is the second prince who asked for my help. A golden phantom rope appeared, Bayman's fingers stretched it. I have nothing against you, I don't even consider you a rival unlike those three. But I must defeat you to end this quickly. 3 arrows. 3 golden-colored arrows were shot as Bayman released the phantom rope. Emily used her shield to block the attacks, but the impact was so strong that she was propelled backwards. If it wasn't for her sword pinning her to the ground, she would have fallen to the ground. A fall of hundreds of meters with no chance of escape. Using her own strength she climbed up and stood firmly on the surface of the island. Not bad, girl. Bayman complimented Emily for resisting his attack as he approached. This doesn't mean you can hurt me, for one thing I will be the one to become the next sword saint. Emily and Bayman were about to fight in earnest. The situation requires us to act quickly. Regulus and the others would watch as Eli and the cannons destroyed their enemies. They could waste no time now. The super-battleship was getting closer and closer. Lux, I can't find Belange anywhere, we must go no matter what. All right. Everyone, we'll go in this order. Jake will drive and Oscar will use his wind magic to avoid incoming cannonballs. Lambert, you will go with CID as your reflexes will keep them out of trouble. I will go alone since I can defend myself with my whip. Wait a moment, Your Highness, why can't I go with you? Hey! Without warning, Lambert asked Regulus his concern. What do you mean, why? I already said you have good reflexes and so. My duty is to watch His Highness's back. I'm sure CID needs more protection than I do. Prince CID can create ice shields, worse you can't. The three watched as Lambert refused to go with Cid. Then footsteps approached them. "Excuse me. X6. Richard approached them as he overheard their conversation. "I overheard what they said unintentionally. I'd like you to let me join if that's not a problem." Who are you?" Regulus asked, then Richard introduced himself. "I'm Richard, the knight-errant. An acquaintance of Glendano, please allow me to come with you. I don't understand who to speak of, but you must be from Rosenberg household. In that case you are our ally, go with Cid." "Thank you." Richard approached Cid, who climbed into the hover bike. They put all their fingers and a mechanism sucked his magic power to boot. Since it had a magic stone inside, they could stop sucking the pilot's magic power. Jake and Oscar as Lambert and Regulus were the first to take off. And finally Cid and Richard last. Eli watched as the six of them headed into the enemy camp. What are they going to do? The boys were heading off to fight for Rosenberg household, which has Lily on its side. Unintentionally or by the work of fate, the fight of the capture targets for her was still going on. Richard reported to Cid as they dodged cannonballs. "Prince Sidford, please leave me on the deck and then circle around several times until I'm done." "Hey? Are you saying you'll be able to do this by yourself? Defeat an entire crew alone?" "Yes. Please come closer." "All right." Cid had only just met Richard, but thanks to Razel, he knew better than to judge someone's strength by what they looked like. When he jumped onto the deck, a group of pirates were waiting for him. "Ha? Who is this idiot? Not interested, kill him. I hear the Rosenberg women are beautiful and full-figured, I want to have some fun with them, gee. Richard clicked his tongue as he pulled his sword from its sheath. "Despicable scum that have human form, I'll be sure to send them to hell for having such disgusting thoughts." The pirates were closing in on Richard, but he in one swipe wiped them out of this world. Sounds of liquid and objects falling to the ground echoed. As he walked in that red puddle, more pirates approached. "Die! Don't think you're a big deal." In the same manner as with the previous ones, Richard cut them down without blood falling on his armor. Despite the sword being rusty and a bit dull, he could cut through bodies like butter. After taking out the pirates on the deck, he positioned himself like an Olympic athlete and then hurriedly ran inside after breaking the door with a kick. Upon entering, he set about mowing everyone down, and after a few minutes, he reached the cockpit where more pirates were. "Who the hell is that?" The pirate couldn't finish speaking as Richard cut his throat and then the others. He moved the rudder and brought the ship to crash with other smaller ships that were his allies. A large explosion was slowly occurring. Richard jumped out the window and giving a few acrobatics reached the ground. The height was 30 meters and without a scratch. Cid was circling the ship as he watched the explosions. Richard saw him and took a big jump straight to the hover bike. "Let's go to the next one." Yet. Who is this guy? How come he can move like that?" The boys were heading for the second super-battleship approaching. Hundreds of pirates were approaching. What the hell was that? In the cockpit of the flagship, Grin was shocked. He watched as a dozen ships and one of their escorts were destroyed without issue. "Don't fuck with me." Despite the fact that the pirates are prisoners released from the Babel Tower thanks to Minister Olgren. These idiots have the luxury of killing them. What's worse is that Bayman finds himself fighting someone, despite the fact that we told him to eliminate the escorts, he goes and does as he pleases. But it doesn't matter, we still have 2 more escorts. We can win without any problems. Grin, who was nervous, calmed down when he remembered that victory was his. A servant brought him some coffee with milk. Only the members of the flagship were civilized people, the other ships had pirates taken from the only prison in the country. A servant informed Grin. "My lord, your guest has arrived." "Guest?" "Yes, he says he is the Rosenberg traitor." "Oh, yes, I called him to drink together as those idiots will fall." "My fault, I forgot." Tell him to come in. The servant went to the door, and as he opened it, "Hello." Ludger was smiling, smoking his cigarette. At the Rosenberg mansion in the capital, Desmond had just awakened. The way he woke up was so abrupt that it seemed as if a nightmare had awakened him. He stepped out onto the balcony and began sniffing. He smiled in a sinister way. "I smell someone powerful over there. Magical power is very great. No, it's his natural power. Someone like me who has great physical strength by nature. Someone worth killing." She jumped off the balcony and landed on the lawn. Claude was watering the flowers while Barbara rested, Glenn still not back. He watched Desmond approaching a tree. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the guest of the future Duke, isn't it?" He set the watering can on the ground and called to Desmond as he approached. "Excuse me, can I help you?" Desmond ignored him and with his fingernails cut the top of the tree, including its branches. The top part looked like a stake. He firmly grasped the body of the tree and then cut off the lower part. With one hand he lifted the tree that was 10 meters long. Claude could not believe it. Being close to where the smell was strongest, Desmond decided to act. "Looks like there's a big party going on in that place and nobody invited me. Jijiji. I won't spare them." He threw the tree into the sky and it flew in a straight line as if it were a missile. Desmond leaned back his legs and in one great leap reached the tree that was soaring through the skies. It looked like it was surfing on the clouds. Claude was speechless at the sight of it. "Exactly, who is he? When I left the girls to go get Cordelia, I had a little snag." "Get away from me, come back." "No, you're into something weird again." Being several miles away from the mansion, I noticed Belange was following in my wake. How was it possible for her to be following me when I'm using rage in phase 1? It must be because he is a huge muscular gorilla and his legs are highly exercised. Even though I tried to lose him, Belange was hunting me like an animal following its prey. He would always find me. The location I had to go to was an abandoned mansion on the outskirts of the capital. I arrived and unfortunately Belange was behind me. We went inside. I told him not to move, but the idiot didn't listen to me. An arrow pointed to a bookcase in the living room, which when moved had a secret entrance to go down. We went down. I told him again to stay or at least to stay far behind me. This idiot is very foolish. I should punch him and knock him out, but that Vainanek looks like it is very tough. When we got to the bottom, we found some ruins. It looked like someone used this place as a hideout. It was a cave, but there were small houses and electrical installations. By the way, the electrical installations are just magic stones that give energy and are placed every 20 steps diagonally. There in the center was Cordelia tied up. She seemed to be unconscious as she was lying on the floor. We approach. The first thing Belange does is prove to be an idiot. "Hey, that maid is hurt." "You idiot, don't talk loudly." "Sorry." When we arrived at Cordelia's, she woke up. She looked confused as she looked from side to side. "Hey, where am I? What are we doing here?" "No time to explain, we have to go." "You're not going anywhere." A somber voice interrupted me. I looked to see who it was, but no one was there. Belange said something that made me turn to where he was looking. "Bartlett, look over there." "What's that?" "Where?" "Near where we came down. A shadow on the ground was growing." From the shadow a silhouette emerged. It was a person covered with a black cloak. In different places many pools of shadow appeared and from them different black figures emerged. Near a pile of rubble, the largest shadow emerged. A black-cloaked figure was talking to me. "We told you to come alone. This guy came on his own. You disobeyed the order." Belange looked surprised as if he just understood what's going on. "Don't tell me this is why you ran off." She slumped to the ground as if the revelation of what had happened had left her with a huge emotional scar. "Damn it! I screwed up. I'm so sorry." "Hey, don't talk nonsense. Better get up and help me fight." "It doesn't matter anyway, we only wanted you. I asked the guy with the grim voice. Who are you? You don't need to know. I could count that there were about 100 mysterious figures, but now there were 99. One of them appeared behind me as I could feel his presence from before. It brought its knife close to my throat. It was a black knife, it looked like a military man's knife. Then I quickly grabbed its hand and brought it in front of me with a single movement. None of them seemed to understand how I did it, but no matter. I raised my foot and then in one motion I crushed this idiot's head. Something broke. It appeared to be a mask, as remnants of something resembling clay and blood were mixed on the ground. From the face that was visible, it looked like I killed a woman. Her skin was dark, but of an almost violet hue. Her hair was white like the iris of her eyes. The guy in the center was saying to me, "Interesting, this is the first time in our entire existence that something like this has happened. Congratulations, you have earned the right to taste the full power of the dark shadows." The figures took off their cloaks, their bodies visible. Light armor covered their bodies, and among them the leader. He was the one that caught my full attention. His armor looked more like a black biohazard suit. A strange black sphere in the center, and his mask, unlike the others who were similar, this one was almost like that of a dog with a long hair, which I think is his hair. His feet pressed hard on the ground as he slowly approached. "My name is Zoroaster, the leader of the Dark Shadows, the guardians of the dark side of the Empire." "The dark side of the Empire?" Cordelia said in shock. "They were only supposed to be an urban legend." "Don't worry, woman, we won't take your life or that other young man's, but we will surely avoid your memories of what happened. The future Duke's life must be eliminated as the order we received." That annoyed me a little. "Order? From whom?" "You don't need to know, as you will soon die." I smiled wickedly at that threatening answer. "Oh yeah? Too bad, since I'll be the one to erase you." I slowly approached too. After all, who says I'll be the one to die and you won't? I swore I would avoid my death, so no one will kill me. Let's kick these idiots' asses. Chapter 72, Shadow vs. Shadow. I just smashed the head of a woman who belonged to this group of weird people who dress in black. They must be this world's equivalent of goths. The others were looking at me in a threatening manner. I quickly told these two to hide. "Belange, take Cordelia and hide." "Hey? But what about you?" "I'll be fine, after all." I activated my ability, Hawkeye, and Rage in Phase 1 so I could finish them off. I'm stronger than them. 10 of them approached from different sides. On my lateral sides, 2 of them approached to block my vision. Behind them, one of their allies was sneaking up. I laughed a little as I clearly saw him as I watched where he wanted to go. I quickly darted towards their direction to show them that I could see their tricks. The 2 covering him, I grabbed their necks and crushed them. I could hear the sound of their bones shattering like glass. I tossed the bodies aside and then activated a lightning saber. A move consisting of electrifying my hand like a sword, and I slashed that guy's face. A large amount of blood fell on my face. Without hesitation, I turned around and with the same move I took a big leap to pierce the remaining ones, but something unexpected happened. XXL. A magic circle appeared underfoot and the subjects disappeared. No, they simply ran at high speed. It seems that thing, XXL, must be some kind of skill or technique they developed. They're like assassins or ninjas in games, trained to run at high speeds and hide their presences. You think that will stop me? You're wrong. I kept up with those 2 who ran away. They hid behind a pillar. I gave them no time to react and stabbed their stomachs. More and more of these guys came closer as they stood guard. I smiled at them and with my hand I provoked them. "Come on. I'll kick all of your asses." The big guy kept watching me and didn't move at all. Besides Razel, the battlefield where Emily was, showed no signs of ending. "That's all you can do." She was running away from the projectiles of magic arrows that were heading in her direction. One after another she would dodge them by jumping just in time or spinning in mid-air. She even used her shield to redirect the missiles. Emily could only block or dodge, attacking was impossible. Bayman knew this, and because of that he could attack without stopping. Due to the fact that this lost treasure runs on mana from the environment, I can attack without stopping. The era of magic swords is over. My era as the greatest sword saint. The era of the Bow King has just begun. The arrows were flying at high speed. Bayman couldn't get tired that to be doing the same movement non-stop for several minutes. That's because he was from a hunting family on his mother's side. A hunter must have a good eye and a steady hand. Bayman managed to become the head of his house because of that treasure, despite being an illegitimate son. This is a good opportunity to achieve my goals. Crossbell, that you decided to join the Rosenbergs is the greatest act of stupidity you ever committed. Emily failed to jump and a hail of arrows hit her from all directions. Her armor shattered and her body took the blows. Bruises and cuts on her face appeared, her big breasts as part of her thighs were exposed. Only her sword and shield were intact. Bayman stopped at the sight of the damage he inflicted on her. We are enemies, but we are also comrades. I am not a barbarian or a scoundrel to kill you, this punishment was enough for you. If you feel you have critical damage to your body, I will heal you so you won't die. Come on, answer how you feel. Emily convulsed on the floor, pools of blood she was spitting out due to her internal bleeding. She rolled over and tried to say something. But she couldn't pronounce the words properly due to the pain. Bayman approached after sighing. Looks like it was more effective than I expected, I apologize. Once this game is over, and Rosenberg household has lost, I will tell the second prince that you fought bravely and recommend you for some important household you can serve. He bent down to treat his wounds, but what he received was a punch to his face, his nose dripping blood from the heavy blow he received. He fell backwards as he cursed Emily. You fucking bitch, how dare you hurt me? Emily, still staggering, stood up and with her blood-soaked eyes said to Bayman. Right now I am a knight of the Rosenbergs, so I will fight until my lady surrenders or wins. Bayman stood up and with his nose still dripping blood angrily replied to Emily. Do you really think the Rosenbergs have the upper hand? Do you think they can win? Their opponent is the Imperial Palace. It's impossible to win against them. Only an idiot would believe there's even the slightest chance of winning. There is. Spittle. While wiping the blood from her lips, Emily walked to the front. On the battlefield months ago I met someone who faced an enemy that was impossible to defeat. I thought it would be the end of me there, but that person defeated all the enemies I couldn't defeat in such a simple way, it made me feel ashamed. Then I learned that he defeated a dark knight, and both, you and I know that they are the equivalent of a sword saint. Emily's confident smile radiated a clear sign of superiority. Bayman was annoyed to see how confident she was despite her state. Don't say victory is won when the fight is still going on. Besides, the Rosenbergs have their trump card with them. The dice are still rolling and the winner is undecided. Don't talk rubbish, that's impossible. An enemy who triples you is someone who will win no matter what you say. You think so? So, what's that back there? Bayman was wary of Emily, but turned his face as strange noises were occurring behind. Seeing what was going on, his angry expression was replaced with one of unexpected surprise. What the hell is that? Regulus and the others were in trouble. The super-battleship was firing at them relentlessly. We can't get close like this. They wanted to get closer to the flagship, but the enemies were preventing them. The second super-battleship had hundreds of cannons and they were all firing at the Regulus group. There is no choice but to jump to the deck and then fight our way through them. On the deck that's the same average as a soccer stadium, hundreds of pirates gathered, armed to the teeth, to stop the guys from descending to the deck. Regulus clicked his teeth as they had no choice but to do so. They all nodded as the sounds of cannons firing exploding magic bullets prevented them from following. The air bikes crashed to the deck as they were unable to descend quietly. Regulus materialized a whip of light while Jake pulled out a customized rifle he had on his back. Oscar activated a magic circle in his hands to launch cutting wind attacks. Cid unsheathed his sword after standing next to Regulus. Richard was observing the situation, which Lambert was doing as well. "Your Highness, I'll go ahead. I'm counting on you, Lamb." Lambert was surprised to be called that in this place, but after smiling for a moment, his face showed a cold seriousness. "For getting in our way you will be eliminated. I will not use my sword as you are not worth it." Lambert ran at the same time as the pirates approached. "Die. Thanks for the food." Gyahaha. The pirates drew their swords. The one closest to Lambert was knocked down with a blow to the jaw, dropping his sword as he went flying. Lambert grabbed that sword and quickly brought it to the neck of one pirate. Puah! A large amount of blood flowed from the weapon into his jugular. Lambert left the sword there, grabbed the one the pirate dropped and then with the handle punched the one behind him in the stomach. Now Lambert had two swords, but he didn't stop there. A huge pirate using two swords approached to cut him down. "A dwarf like you is no match for me." Lambert sighed before taking a huge leap and with both swords bringing them together like scissors, the pirate's head flew through the air leaving his allies shocked. Even Regulus's own group was shocked. Only he had a question. "How did you lose to that guy with those skills?" Regulus didn't understand how someone talented like Lambert lost against Razel. That didn't matter right now as the pirates were very angry. Some of them had guns, they shot them mercilessly. None of them were Lily who could cover them by using a shield, but only Cid could. Ice wall. A large wall made of ice was created thanks to a magic circle under their feet. Jake took advantage of that and after circling the wall, he fired magic bullets from Fitzclarence's household. "Eat this, you idiots!" The magic bullets flew like flies without making a sound. Upon impacting the body or the ground, a viscous jelly-like liquid rapidly expanded. "What is this?" The jelly immobilized them and they couldn't get rid of it. "Oscar. I know." Oscar took advantage of what Jake did and sent his wind blades straight at the immobilized. Similar to slices of Swiss cheese ended the enemies. This was repeated every so often. Regulus from a distance used his whip to push the pirates off the board. Cid could not move. "Cid, can't you come out and fight?" "I'm sorry to say that if I move, the wall will be destroyed. That just leaves us fewer fighters. If only Belange and that guy were here." "Why did he leave anyway?" Cid, who was sweating from holding the ice wall, was answering Regulus's concern. "I don't know where Belange is holed up, but Razel must definitely be busy with something important. That boy wouldn't leave his girls or Rosenberg household alone if it wasn't for something that's more dangerous than this." Regulus glared at Cid as he thought. "I always thought it doesn't matter if I tried to keep you from walking down the path of envy, but now I see why it's impossible now for you to go that way. That guy had to be responsible for your change." "Wait a minute, both Lily and Eli's didn't end up the same as their roles either. That means that guy might have known their fates." Regulus's thought was interrupted by an explosion. A Rosenberg fleet ship was shot down very close to the super-battleship, with this less than 50 fleets left on their side. "Damn! At this rate we will certainly lose. Isn't there something we can do to get out of this situation?" In the stories of other worlds, the main character always had many cheat skills to avoid going through this. "Where is my cheating skill? Damn!" Regulus cursed his situation, but this was not the time for it. The pirates were still approaching without stopping. Strange. Lambert ended up in the middle of the deck where he was fighting almost all of the pirates. "You fucking brat! I'll kill you! Shoot him in the legs!" He leapt into the air to escape the gunfire. As he landed on the ground, he grabbed a pirate who had a rifle and used him as a human shield as he approached the other pirates who were using rifles. "What is this feeling of irritation I feel? As if a bug had bitten me, and the itch in my body wouldn't go away." The pirates were shooting at their ally while Lambert covered himself with his body. After a while, the shooting stopped and as he threw the body, he went straight to cut their necks. Despite the fact that I am stronger than them, I feel that I am very weak for some reason. Lambert Dono, look up. Richard called Lambert from a distance. He noticed in time that a small man in a straw hat was in the air. He threw some invisible objects. Lambert clicked his teeth as he used two pirates as shields. Gya, it burns. It burns me so much. The pirates screamed in intense pain as smoking purple spots manifested on their bodies. Lambert didn't understand what happened, but Richard saw everything and screamed as he approached cutting pirates. Lambert Dono, that's deadly poison. Those are poisoned needles, be careful with them. Poisoned needles. Footsteps were approaching at great speed. The same short man approached Lambert. He moved his hand to pierce his face. As he dodged, another hand came straight for his eye. Lambert used his sword to propel himself backwards. After falling to the ground, he watched as a hand approached his ear. A bit of his hair was cut off. After pulling away as he used an electrical impulse, he understood his enemy. 3 of them. The same enemy had multiplied to have 2 clones. No. The more appropriate thing to say would be, no, they are not residual images. It's really 3 identical guys. Lambert's face showed unexpected surprise at this enemy. Poisoned needles, 3 short guys, that straw hat, it can't be. He quickly grabbed 2 fresh swords as the 3 individuals approached Lambert. They're the Fowbry triplets, the most wanted criminals in the capital a decade ago. They were supposedly sent to the Babel Tower to pay for their crimes. The triplets approached Lambert from different places. The one in the center threw a needle which he dodged, but the one on the left side caught it and being about to stick it in the back of his neck, Lambert activated an electric spell to create a force field. But the one on his right used a spear that was near his feet and slashed Lambert in the leg. Gah! After letting out a slight feeling of pain, Lambert was knocked down as his electric wall disappeared. The same one that cut him hit his legs. The 3 of them jumped up and threw needles to stab into his chest. Lambert's end came if it hadn't been thanks to Richard, which threw a pirate to act as a shield. After letting out an agonizing cry of pain, Lambert was saved by Richard, lifted him up and handed him a sword. Lambert Dono, these enemies are strong. They are all prisoners of Babel. All of them. Yes. I remember their faces from the news that they were captured. The palace know that the second prince's faction has used these criminals to avoid using their own soldiers, is a shame which they will not be able to erase. But even more shameful is your behavior. I beg your pardon. Lambert felt annoyed by his words, but he couldn't say anything since it was true. I heard that you were part of not only the 12 candidates to be the next sword saint, you are even part of the 3 best and strongest young knights. Your vulnerable situation a few moments ago proves that you have forfeited the right to be called a knight. I request that you return to their highnesses and stay there until I finish this. That I return, there. Lambert, upon hearing that he was called a failure, felt a lump in his throat, accompanied by a face in his head. Razel it was. Lambert remembered that day at last. He fought Razel the day Xerxes attacked. He saw Razel in the lawless city as licked, even though he didn't see his silhouette perfectly. That energy trail was too identical to go unnoticed to his memories. Even Razel defeated various enemies in a war a few months ago and then a monster in front of all the students. Then, he humiliated him. Lambert finally understood that feeling of discomfort. I'm inferior to him, that's why I was like this. A small grimace made his mouth, accompanied by a laugh. Ah ha 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 ha. So that's why. That's why I was like that all this time. Lambert started laughing strangely and shouting. The pirates were left to do nothing as they thought he went crazy. I admit it, I'm admitting that I, Lambert von Atli, am inferior to you, Razel Bartlett. But... His laughter stopped and a hateful expression appeared with a demonic grin. I'll overcome you, I'll defeat you. This feeling I've never felt before, and thanks to you I understood my weakness. Thanks to you I found an obstacle, a wall to break down. And that wall is you. He threw down his swords and drew his sword that he had at his waist. That sword had the familiar emblem engraved on it. I'm going to destroy these guys, and after training hard, I'll challenge you to a duel for the title of the strongest knight. He hurriedly ran towards the triplets while aiming his sword at the one in the center, which was prepared with needles. To hell with the 12 disciples. The other two separated to launch a combined attack. To hell with the 3 swords. But Lambert used his special technique, Ghost Feet, accompanied by his magic attribute, achieving a faster speed than theirs. To hell with my knighthood as the Grey Knight. He stood behind the center triplet, turned around, but it was too late. To hell with the honor of being a sword saint. His sword came down at high speed and sliced his face and stomach with a clean cut. All I want is... After cutting one of them, his sword aimed at the one on the right, which hid behind some pirates. Stealthily, he ran through the crowd and grabbed a spear. Coming up behind Lambert, he threw the spear, but he had already noticed that, as he developed a new skill thanks to Razel. Defeat you. He grabbed the spear, and as he flipped around taking a spin, he threw it back at him with increased force. The triplet on the right was pierced along with other pirates. Lambert's eyes glowed with a flaming grey flash. Witness my new ability of the new me. Eagle Eye I call it. Despite Lambert having learned of this ability from CID, he had seen it in his duel against Razel. After all, hawks and eagles are rivals in being the hunters with the best eye in the world. The last of the triplets was walking away and jumped up to throw a large number of poisoned needles. How slow you are! Lambert ran straight at the needles, deflected them all using his sword, not a single one touched him. He also jumped up and stared at the last of the brothers. You guys are just a stone in my real obstacle. His sword he inserted it into the pirate's stomach and then threw him overboard. Richard stepped up to him and now they both pointed their swords at the pirates. You look like you're doing better. Of course I am, I just had a big weight lifted off my shoulders. In fact, this is the first time I've ever felt so good about myself. What Lambert felt was what he must have felt when he fell in love with Lily. She must have made his heart change to leave his cold personality. But right now it was Razel who accomplished that. Charge! We will win this fight. The two of them mashed straight at the pirates and began to slash back and forth smoothly. A pool of blood was turning the deck thanks to these two. The pirates were being slaughtered on one side, but on the other side, Regulux's side, they would push them out of the board to stop piling up corpses. Only 6% of the deck had been wiped out, the battle was a never-ending war. On the last super-battleship, a man sat drinking tea. This is delaying. That man looked uninterestedly at the fight being waged outside. I feel a little sorry for the Rosenbergs. Since, this all happened because of the former Duke. If that idiot had gotten me promoted to a marquis before all this crap happened, I'd be on his side right now, after all. The man stood up and his face was illuminated by daylight. Elise Chan grew up as a girl, no, a very beautiful woman, he. It was Carmichael, Elisa's uncle-in-law. Who was the traitor of the Rosenbergs. He frequented the mansion a lot when Eli was a child, everyone thought it was because it was business, but in reality he did it to observe her growth. Ever since you celebrated your 5th birthday, which was the first time I saw you, you awakened something in me. Over the years you have become a beautiful girl. A beautiful angelic face, silky perfumed blonde silk hair, an exceptional body more than anything else, he. Carmichael's tongue wagged in a lustful manner. For a 17-year-old girl to have such a firm ass and big breasts, that's a find worth buying. Ah, I always thought your stupid mother would ask me to take care of you, to do this and that to you when you were still little, but oh well. You miss out on your uncle's affection, it really is a shame, Elise Chan. Carmichael showed such a grotesque degenerate face, which made a lump grow. Your uncle was able to give you love for many years, but now you're going to die, he. No wait, maybe I can get her saved. Come to think of it, there's another bunch of beautiful, well busted girls running around with her too, I'll make them all mine and then I can have a harem of big-titted, firm-assed teenage girls. He. As Carmichael laughed morbidly, an outburst occurred in the middle of that chaos. What's going on? He grabbed a pair of magic binoculars, a magic circle appeared in them and peered into the distance at something. Hey, what's that? A large column of smoke was coming out of a ship, a shadow emerged from it. It was Desmond who was smiling. Gigi, smell someone worth getting into. Sniff, sniff. His nose sniffed where the strong scent came from. Some pirates saw him and approached. Hey dickhead, where'd you come from? How did you get here? He's got horns on his head, he must be a crazy cosplayer. The pirates pointed their swords at Desmond. I don't know who you are, but your biggest mistake was coming here, ka. Desmond ignored the pirates as he concentrated on the smell, his nose stopped at a certain ship, the Rosenblatt. There, Eli was crying. His ears picked up what she was saying. Oh wah, I'm so sorry Mom, Grandpa, Razel, we're done for. Eli-chan don't say that. I'll cry too. That's right Princess, we're not defeated yet. I'm thinking of a spell that can help us. The pirate approached and thrust his sword into Desmond's left rib, but he was more focused on what he heard. I don't want my family to be separated again. At that moment, a strange image of a silhouette of a woman appeared in his head. Remember never to make girls cry. Desmond's smile faded and one of anger, like that of a Japanese folklore demon now expressed. He quickly looked at the enemy ships. The ones with a red rose are allies of the one with the red horn it seems, then the others are. What the hell? The pirate that pierced Desmond was startled by something. I can't pierce it. He pierced his rib for a while now, but the sword wasn't advancing at all, it seemed to touch a wall which he couldn't pierce. Only his sleeveless black shirt had a hole in it. He grabbed the pirate's sword and then as if he were a soda to the trash basket, he was thrown straight into the void. The other pirates watched in amazement at this occurrence, but Desmond didn't care. You bastards, you made that girl cry. I'll never forgive you. His demonic face emanated a bloodlust, which the pirates themselves could see. Desmond walked and all the pirates present, he cut them in half using only his hands. Guts and blood was the path Desmond created as he walked straight to the central cabin. Everyone he encountered ended up dead. Kill him. Who is it? You will not pass Gya. Spots of human remains lay on the walls, ceiling, and floor as he walked to the booth. Some knelt and begged for mercy, but he remembered Eli's cry and that made him crush their skulls with his boots. After reaching the booth he let out such a high-pitched hiss, that the orifices of everyone present began to bleed. With their eyes brimming with blood and their orifices covered in red, they collapsed to the ground. He grabbed the helm and then steered it at a nearby ship which was attacking a Rosenberg fleet ship. After crashing it, he broke the sail due to his jump straight into the other cabin. He showed his white teeth, and ate the captain's head. The other sailors, pirates, saw that and ran in panic. Ujijiji, that's it. Run. Run like the bitches you are. Their feet touched the ground as their blood-covered mouths told them what would happen. All you insects, who rejoice in being strong, act like cowards when a clearly superior being arrives. Just like a bitch, you show your asses in clemency. The sailors were trapped at the door due to the fact that they all wanted to leave at the same time. Desmond held out his hands and that's why I, the Demon King, exist. To show that you are just bitches who exist for the amusement of a superior being like me. Here it comes. I don't want to die. I'll take it back, I swear. Shut your mouths and scream. Scream like pigs in the slaughterhouse, jijiji. A pool of blood dripped from the top and a small red river ran down the stairs after horrified screams of pain ceased to be heard. The sailor below who was coming out of the bathroom heard everything. He slowly approached to get out of there, but a floor-breaking hand grabbed him. I said all pigs will go to the slaughterhouse. No exception. Jijiji. Desmond destroyed that ship, burst into flames. Then, from the deck, he took a great leap straight into another ship, which was hundreds of meters away. He landed on the bow, to be exact on a body similar to that of the Rosenblatt. Using the strength of his arms and legs, in mid-air, he managed to lift the ship, which was a warship, weighing the same as a skyscraper. The warship collided with other destroyers, causing a huge explosion. In the midst of those flames, as if it was an image out of hell itself, Desmond flew laughing towards his next target. This is fun. I'm having fun, there are so many to kill. So many I can't count or stop laughing. The best playground is this place, jijiji. Ship after ship was destroyed by him, ignoring the ships of the Rosenberg fleet. In the 10 minutes he's been here, Desmond has wiped out over 60% of the enemy fleet. WWW, what is that shit? Carmichael watched in terror as Desmond jumped from ship to ship destroying them. Victory was theirs, but thanks to the Demon King. Victory for Rosenberg household was absolute. Who the fuck is that? Never mind. Blow him up with cannons. Kill he. From all sides, a rain of cannons was fired straight at Desmond. The cannonballs were flying like flies that made a slight sound like zuu. Desmond, who was in the air, saw a cannonball bigger than him, and as if it was a game of tennis, he used his hand and returned it with superior force. The cannonball caused the top of a battlecruiser to explode. In mid-air, Desmond dodged the cannonballs, jumping over them or using them to be sent elsewhere without falling into the abyss. Jijiji, this is fun, so much fun, give me more fun. The rain of cannonballs wouldn't stop. Desmond was enjoying this so much that his demonic grin vanished and now a child's face of amusement showed. He used his foot to return the cannonball to a light cruiser which exploded. Now the enemy forces were 85% wiped out in total. The Rosenberg fleet was returning on Eli's orders. Hey, that guy over there isn't the horn weirdo who lives in the mansion? Celia said while using binoculars given to her by the captain. Everyone was in awe as Desmond began destroying the enemy fleet. Eli, who was crying a few minutes ago, was in better spirits. Good, the bring our secret weapon while you cry plan worked. Celia gave her a look of not being able to believe what she was saying, though Lily and Evelyn believed it. Was that crying really an act? Unbelievable, Eli-chan. Desmond-san came to help us since you called him for when something like that happens. Eli averted her eyes in all directions while sweating and babbling. Yeah, it was all a plan, nothing weird really. If you were going to help us from the beginning you should have gotten here earlier, you idiot. You're lucky you're Razel's training master, otherwise I would have kicked you out of the mansion a long time ago for being a deadbeat. Eli pointed in a direction after speaking to the captain. Captain! Set a course ahead. To the front, but my lady, there to the front in the distance is the last battleship. Never mind. The dice that were against us smiled on us, so now we'll use this opportunity and finish off the last defense before destroying the flagship. We'll show those idiots that the Rosenberg household is not to be underestimated. Everybody say ooh with me. Oh! With that dispirited response, the Rosenblatt marched straight to the front in the face of the enemy's final defense. According to this manual, the Rosenblatt, in addition to cannons, has a secret weapon. Duke Fitzclarence, I thank you for this gift, even if I don't want to see your face because it is so extravagant. How boring this has become. Desmond had just eliminated 98% of enemy fleets. The remnants were being bombarded by the Allied fleet. He was hitting the hull of a ship, which broke in half and whatever was on top of it, fell into the void. As he watched pirates fall down crying, he thought this was boring. Taking these bitches down is easy, I want a worthwhile toy. He swung like he was on a swing as his nails clung to the steel. Suddenly he stopped. This smell is... Using his hands, he climbed up to the deck which was fractured, the pirates trying to hold on as he watched with his once again demonic grin. There it is, the smell that caught my attention. It was super-battleship number 2, on which Regulus and the others were still on. I want new toys. With a great leap, the ship was destroyed as it flew straight into the super-battleship. It crashed into the deck, destroying several floors in the process. Likewise it rose to the surface and fell gently to the deck. There stood the 6 of them watching it. Jake was the first to speak, followed by Oscar and Richard. Hey, that guy fell out of the sky. It fell out of the sky, a man. So I see, but his appearance is the weirdest of all. Why does he have horns? Cid, Regulus, and Lambert trembled at the sight of Desmond. Lambert mentioned what he saw as his legs trembled. What the hell is that aura? Behind Desmond stood a sinister figure. It was a bony body covered by a black cloak. Insects were coming out of its body and its empty sockets were emanating a red light which burned as if it was hell itself. A black aura permeated the entire deck. The pirates for some reason fell unconscious to the floor, but not before urinating on themselves. They say that when an animal is in the presence of a predator and recognizes that it is going to die, fear makes its stomach twist, releasing excretion as a sign of pity before an inferior being. That was what they felt. What Lambert felt was that his time had come. While Cid was only wondering, what is he doing here? That guy should be sleeping in the mansion. Did he come here because he got bored? But Regulus thought differently as he stepped back. I don't get it. That's the Demon King Desmond. What's he doing here? He shouldn't show up for a few more years. Why is he here right in front of us? Did he come from the demon continent to get here? We must run away. This guy is really strong. We won't be able to defeat him without Lily, just like I did in the game. Guys, we must. Too late. Desmond shouted and approached Regulus and the others at high speed. A loud sound rang out accompanied by a loud scream was heard. That's all you got? It's been about 15 minutes since the battle against these guys started. You're super weak guys. I dodged the poisoned daggers of these idiots as they chased me at high speed. I took out a few of them. I have no idea how many there were. The poisoned daggers were approaching my body. I easily dodged them by making strange movements in the air. I was doing it to taunt them. If I activated the blood, it would be easy for them to hit me and nothing would happen. But these idiots had kidnapped Cordelia, so I had to teach their bodies that they shouldn't mess with someone from Rosenberg household. I crushed the chest of one guy, which I could feel his bones breaking. I threw his corpse away, and at that moment, he finally moved. This is unacceptable. He walked slowly as he told me crap I didn't want to hear. We are the shadows that guard the Empire. Without us, the Empire would not have kept its peace. You are definitely a threat to the Empire. I stuck my finger up my nose to answer him. And what the fuck does that matter to me? I don't care about your background or your personal desire or anything. I just came to get our head made back. You know, I should run to my girlfriends to help them. I'm sure they must be crying for me. I'll arrive in heroic fashion to kick all of their asses. That will make Lily and Eli hug me so much that their big boobs will rub them unintentionally. Let's hurry up and finish this. I couldn't see his face, but from the way he was looking at me from my perception, he looked annoyed. Do you think you'll get out of here alive? I replied with my best smile. Of course I will, but you guys won't. I see. The guy disappeared. The leader used triple XL. So there are more acceleration phases. Hey. Too bad. My Hawkeye is faster than him. He stood over me and pulled out 2 large curved daggers to slash my head. I gave the impression that he hit me, but he didn't. I grabbed his neck and delivered a nice combo of blows. Lightning blast. My electrified fist slammed into his body at high speed. His suit-shaped armor was destroyed and his blood splattered on my body. After a brief moment of giving him the beating of his life, I broke his mask with a strong punch which sent him flying into a pillar. leader!" shouted the henchmen as they saw their dead boss on the pillar. "Let's get this over with, I'm really bored already. I activated Rage in Phase 1 again and then Lightning Saber. I proceeded to cut the necks and pierce the stomachs of all these guys. In less than a minute, I was done with them. I sighed in joy as I wiped my hand full of blood from my final victim. Yuh! Gross! Belange and Cordelia approached. Belange looked like a kid on an exalted roller coaster. That was awesome, Bartlett. That fight earned you my respects. Even I wouldn't have stood a chance against them. Cordelia looked worried. I reassured her. It's all over now, don't worry. It's just... I remember my dad once told me that name. Hey! The one with the dark shadows. It's a fantasy story that haunted the palace. The story goes that a secret lab experimented with a strange object they found, and by shaping it into a child, they created an invincible monster, which serves the palace. It's a very fantastic horror story. Are you worried that guy is the one in the story? I don't know. It was so fast his defeat that I feel it's fiction what happened. If it was really that easy to defeat them, they wouldn't have sent everyone. Well, I'm very strong. Maybe if they were the best, but I killed them and that's what matters. Let's go home. The 100 members were defeated. I couldn't finish my sentence as a voice behind us interrupted me. I quickly turned around and looked at the guy from before, the one who should be dead on the pillar, standing there watching his dead comrades. You did well. Now that the requirement is fulfilled, I can release it. After turning around, the strange black sphere emanated a dark mist which enveloped his body. A strange sound I heard as it spoke within that mist. I am the greatest of all evils in this country. I was raised and trained in a secret base. Both I and my brothers and sisters are victims of darkness. All for what? To keep the light, normal citizens out of harm's way. I killed so many, I don't know if they were truly a danger to us. The sound grew louder and his voice distorted to a grimmer, huskier tone. You children of light, I envy you greatly. You may rejoice in the happiness that surrounds you, but we do not. We live only for you, but we too want that light. We want to taste that joy that you feel. But now that you killed my companions, and defeated me, that implies that the requirement that this sphere that was introduced inside me told me, will come true. The mist started to become oval and then, as if it was an explosion, the whole place was filled with the mist momentarily. I tried to see what happened, but I couldn't see anything. What I could see was that something quickly hit me in the stomach. It looked as if a knife had pierced me. I flew straight into a pillar and destroyed it. Then, I heard inhuman footsteps of something approaching. As I stood up, I saw it. The same guy I killed had turned into something that is even ridiculous to this world, but Cordelia explained it for me. A lycanthrope. They should just be a legend. That's right, a real fucking werewolf. His hair was greenish-black and a black-green aura surrounded him. His face was that of a very angry dog and his grey eyes gave the feeling that if I threw him a bone, he would go for my leg. I stood up and said to him in uneasy. Hey, that strange aura I feel coming from you, just in case it's one of the deadly sins. That's right. A long time ago when I was implanted with this, a strange shadow came out of the sphere that told me it was the representation of envy, and it would give me powers if I fulfilled a requirement I didn't want. But thanks to you defeating us, that requirement was fulfilled. And now I, Zoro, will take my revenge on the Empire for what it did to us. I will kill you and those two later and proceed to destroy the palace. My vengeance, my fallen brothers and sisters' desire for freedom will not be in vain. I will show the Empire that their doom was always to have someone clean up there. My foot went to his face and I sent it straight into the sky. A big crack was made and debris from the surface fell into the cave. The guy came down the same way he went up and looked confused. My speed should be superior now, but you managed to hit me. How did you do it? Before telling him, I got into a fighting stance pointing my hands at him. If your speed increased, it means you now possess quadruple XL, right? In that case, I possess something worthy to rival a big ugly dog like you. A blue aura began to surround me. As if a coat of magical power covered my body. Ragen, Phase 2.5. I smiled to indicate to him that I will now cheat as well. Sabertooth. Thanks to the blood, my Phase 2 evolved into a stronger one. Above me the face of a large tiger covered my body. This is a battle I can't lose. It would be bad if I used my Phase 3 against this guy, but that thing is still very unstable. Let's beat it with the upgraded Phase 2. Come, I'll show you that a cat always beats mangy dogs. Your head will be the snack before the emperor's. And so, we begin this ultimate battle between a guardian among the shadows against an assassin who lies in the shadows. Chapter 73. The winner is. Zoro had become a lycanthrope. Razel activated Phase 2.5 of his Ragen, which gave him an electric coat similar to a saber-toothed tiger. Cordelia and Belange walked away as this fight would be different from the others. After a brief time of staring at each other, they both disappeared. They've already started. Hey! After Belange's shout, Cordelia wondered what he meant, but her answer came as a large shockwave crashed into them. Is that it? Despite both being human, the battle between Razel and Zoro was almost considered that of a pair of monsters. The two were colliding in different sections of the cave, generating shockwaves from their punches and kicks given or parried. In mid-air, Razel could be seen at very high speed as Razel struck with all his power at Zoro, who used his palms to repel the attacks. The sound of them appearing or disappearing was almost similar to that of a window being cleaned or a rusty pipe. Little by little debris from the top was falling due to the holes that opened up as Razel or Zoro finished the roof. Razel was about to give Zoro a lightning kick, but he blocked it with his leg. That crescent-shaped electric slash went in the direction of the two hiding, managing to barely dodge it. Razel clicked his tongue seeing how Zoro could keep up with him, so he decided to get more serious than he was. As a flurry of punches were thrown in the air that affected none of them, Razel used that as an opportunity. He put his hand in front of Zoro's face and a blue light flashed. Impact! A great shock of magical power slammed into Zoro's face, sending him backwards. But he quickly got back into a fighting stance and grinned, showing his sharp teeth. Thanks for the new technique. Hey! Razel was speechless at the sudden statement. Zoro stepped away from Razel, and put his hands together, leaving a ball-like shape. As Zoro was using the power of a deadly sin, his magical power was superior to anyone else's, but that was since the mana he absorbed corrupted it within him. A black light with green edges glowed in his hands. Zoro approached Razel. He tried to run away, but Zoro's long fluffy tail grabbed him. Looking at him in a mocking manner, Zoro placed his palms on Razel's torso. Avesta! A great force of air compressed into magical power invaded Razel's insides. His shirt was shredded, and even using the blood, a large amount of blood spat out. Razel was knocked unconscious for a few brief moments, but then awoke. Rather, it was his right hand that moved on its own and touched Zoro's chest. A faint dark blue light glowed and then Razel's voice was heard despite rolling his eyes. Impact bazooka! Zoro's chest was ripped apart and a large hole near his arm was visible. But after a short time he began to fully regenerate. At that a voice that was Razel's, but gave a sense of being someone else heard. I can't believe this idiot lost again. He seems to be overconfident just because he has the blood. That voice was Astria's, who took control of his body again. This happened months ago, in his fight against the Dark Knight. Never mind. Hey you, tell me who put that sphere on you? No, who told you it was a deadly sin what you had inside? Was his name Epstein by any chance? Zoro smiled after taking a fighting pose. I'll tell you only if you manage to kill me. Astria in Razel's body smiled the same way. Don't make it so easy. All those spirits I'll kill. Come on, give me a good fight after being bored inside this guy. And so, a bizarre fight between a vampire and a werewolf occurred. War game zone. Let's eat. Desmond stomped hard and ran at full speed to rip Regulux's head off. He didn't know how to react, none of them did either. Desmond was screaming like crazy as he opened and closed his fingers of his hand to grab Regulux. Jijiji, you smell so good, too much. As Desmond was about to kill Regulux, a shot from a rifle, with explosive ammunition hit him full in the face. Take that, you crazy fucker. Looks like your partner went crazy. No matter how many there are, we must kill them all. Fortunately, they were saved by the pirates who mistook Desmond for an ally gone mad. When the cloud of smoke almost disappeared, Desmond was visible. Only his coat was damaged and a little ash on his face. His facial expression was the same, but his eyes were now turned in the direction of the pirates. He turned his head to the side without losing that intimidation when it came. You bitches, what do you think you're doing, hey? Desmond slowly walked towards the pirates. Don't think you're no big deal, you fucking horned. Die in a rain of fire. Several pirates began firing at Desmond, but the explosive bullets, despite making contact, did not scratch him, only tearing his clothes and disheveling him. Desmond stood in the middle of the deck. The pirates moved away as they could not believe that someone who had been shot with almost all his ammunition was still standing. As his coat was destroyed, his right arm, which was visible, began to emanate a strange transparent aura, which twisted the atmosphere like a gas leak. You guys looked for me to give you my weakest attack, feel happy to be eliminated by the strongest weak blow of all. He clenched his fist and then, as if it were the trunk of an elephant, he swung it to the side until it was far enough away, almost dislocating his arm. Absolute. The aura locked into a sphere, which began to show more distortion. You could almost hear the sound of lightning crashing. Desmond's sinister smile worsened to the point that his intimidation was visible to all. The arm moved to end in a single motion. Fist. Zekin. A gigantic shockwave was ejected straight at the pirates. Like a tornado, the pirates and the top of the battleship were ripped off the deck and sent flying through the air. Ha 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 ha. How about my strongest weak attack, if I had used the truly strong one? This whole place, no, this whole country would have been wiped off the map. Ha 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 ha. The boys who were safe, watched in horror at the wreckage of debris and humans falling overboard. Since there were no more obstacles, Desmond turned his attention to Regulux and the others. After rattling the bones in his hands, he slowly made his way towards them. You guys are next, you all smell potential. That means you'll all withstand more than one hit, that makes me damn excited. Jake fell to the floor due to the shaking of his legs. What's wrong with that guy? And such absurdly colossal strength. His magic power is terrifying. Oscar commented due to the fear he felt. I don't need a magic tool to be able to measure the level of the air magic element. Just by looking at his hand, I can tell that that guy is a monster that surpasses maybe level 5. No, he definitely surpasses level 7 magic knowledge, I heard. Desmond is so powerful that even Oscar couldn't comprehend his enemy's absurd power level. His grandfather was level 6 in magic power, and he knew that level 7 is someone who can alter the environment like the Emperor. So he calculated that Desmond must be on the same level as the Emperor or the Sword Saints. The boys walked away, but they couldn't go anywhere. Then someone stood up to Desmond. Please wait. It was Richard. We are allies. Elisa Ajusama had told me about you, so we belong to the same side. Regulux, hearing that, only made his head hurt more. Huh? Elisa knows about him. How? Exactly what happened at the Rosenberg mansion for her to know him? But that was all the same to Desmond. Like I give a shit. I just came here to kill someone strong, and you guys smell with a lot of potential. I'll kill you now so you don't cause me any trouble in the future. Desmond ran at high speed to kill them all, but Richard sighed. Your way is like that of a wild animal. Since he was the closest, Desmond would kill him first. Quickly, in less than a split second, Desmond's right hand ripped Richard's head off. This is why you have to be taught manners. Or so it was supposed until Richard ducked almost at the same time Desmond's hand came to rip his head off. In that split second he ducked, part of his helmet was ripped off. Grey hair was visible due to the large hole in the helmet. He placed his right hand on Desmond's abdomen. "Hey, didn't you die?" A faint white light shone. "What the?" Before Desmond could answer, Richard ended it. "Get some sleep, impact." The light shone brighter and Desmond was pushed by a mysterious force towards the gunwale of the deck. It. The railing broke and Desmond fell into the cliff. Is this? Since he couldn't fly, nor could he grab hold of the ship, the Demon King fell towards his imminent defeat. "I'm going to kill you when I come up, you fucking bye." A great sound of the impact of a falling body was heard. The boys watched overboard as the Demon King was defeated without using violence. Sid wanted to ask Richard who he was, while covering part of his helmet with a cloth. He replied, "I'm just a wandering knight who came to help the Rosenbergs." The second super battleship was destroyed. Combat zone between Emily and Bayman. "That's all you can do." Bayman was shooting magic arrows towards Emily, who was running at high speed to cut it down. Due to his agility and dexterity, he managed to dodge the attacks Emily was trying to hit him with. In the middle of a mid-air acrobatics, Bayman shot 10 arrows. The arrows hit Emily's shield, and despite being pushed several meters, she did not give up. She pressed the ground hard and at full speed she marched off to repeat the same attack. Bayman was more irritated than angry with her. "Why don't you understand? You'll never be able to scratch me. I've spent years learning how to use this. And a mere female knight like you won't be able to defeat me." Emily didn't respond to his superiority insults, only repelled his attacks. Bayman grew angrier until he lost his calm. He stopped, and pointed his bow to the sky. "Witness my best technique. Rain of arrows." He shot a single arrow into the sky, then it darkened, and then, above Emily, a torrent of arrows fell upon her. She did not use her shield, she raised her sword and recited the invocation of her attack. 13 seconds. "My heart burns like the flames of a phoenix." But she was interrupted by the rain of arrows falling and mercilessly striking her body. "Adversity will be defeated by me." The arrows did not cease their damage, the armor each time shattered and her body only generated more bruises. "Even if my body is shattered, my soul will not fall." A large arrow landed on Emily's head, despite the fact that arrows cannot kill or severely injure someone if their user wished. This arrow was so dense in magical power that it hurt her badly. A large amount of blood was pouring out of her head. The rain continued, but Emily fell to the ground. Bayman deflected the rain with another arrow so that it would not continue to hurt Emily. A large pool of blood surrounded her. "Do you see? This is my power, this is the power of the Bow King. You can never beat me, I am best suited to be the next saint." 13 seconds, completed. Bayman was stopped from speaking by Emily's voice, his eyes showed astonishment as he watched her try to stand up in that pool of blood. The archaic chant, completed is. "It's time to show your true power, my holy sword." With all her might, Emily put her two hands together and her sword began to glow. The golden glow gradually grew until it lit up that area like a small beacon. The white light surrounded Emily, but gathered around her sword. Oppo! Bayman was really angry, so much so, that he let out inappropriate words from him. "Why don't you understand?" He pointed his bow in Emily's direction, a great light shone. It was growing in intensity. "I saved this attack since I planned to use it against those 3 idiots. But you'll be the first to taste the ultimate attack of the Bow King. So long, Crossbell, you will die now." The arrow glowed so brightly, it could be compared to the light coming from Emily's sword. Dead-end shot. The large arrow shot by Bayman was heading towards Emily, who, at that moment, said a few last words. "You don't understand, Bayman Dono. As long as my resolve is strong, my body may be torn. I will never lose as long as my heart is high in my loyalty, I will not lose to you or anyone else. To him. That's bullshit. Leonia. With those final words, the huge concentration of magic power in the form of a pillar descended to strike Bayman. I cannot lose. I am the pride of the Baymans. I am the Bow King. I cannot lose. The huge pillar of light hit him, but it didn't stop there. It was so large due to the magic element gathered, it headed for the stands where the witnesses were standing. That's too bad, her power was too much of what she could control. Christina said as she saw the pillar of light heading towards her. After standing up, she unsheathed her sword and then took a big leap. The pillar was so close, she just pushed it to the side. And then she returned to her seat using the light force she used. In the distance she watched as Emily fell unconscious after defeating Bayman. It's certainly an attack with potential. Not bad girl. Inside of super-battleship number 3. Hey, what the fuck was that? Tell me, what the fucking shit was that? Carmichael couldn't see what happened. The entire fleet of the Anti-Rosenberg faction was destroyed, only the battleship he was on and the flagship that hadn't moved in a while remained. The ships of the Rosenberg fleet were ordered not to move, so only the Rosenblatt was heading towards them. They were the last defensive wall to prevent the flagship from being sunk. After clicking, he said to the captain, I will go inside the prow to apply high-level defensive spells. The enemy's flagship looks like it wants to envelop us. We'll use this opportunity and kill them in the process. Yes. Quickly running inside the ship to reach their destination, Carmichael thought as he activated the spells. Elise-chan, I'm sorry, but you'll have to die here. No matter how much I long to take your flower. My future as a marquis is more important. There are many pretty girls like you in the Empire. I'll look for another one similar to you. Inside the Rosenblatt. We're already close to the battleship, now what? Celia was asking a bit worriedly to Eli. Which she answered by pointing to a button on the dashboard. According to the manual, with this button we will achieve our victory. Eli walked over to the board and pressed the red button in the center. Press. Only seconds passed and the ship began to shake. Everyone panicked thinking the worst, but what happened left them speechless. The red horn started to grow bigger, now it gave the impression to stop 2 parts due to the bifurcation in the middle. As if it were the opposite hands of the clock, it began to rotate little by little, after a few seconds the speed increased more and more. The ship trembled as the magical power gathered in the red horn. Eli explained to them the significance of this phenomenon. According to the Duke's manual, this is the power of the Panzer horn, the drill that pierces everything that lies in front of it. They all made an ah of amazement. But Lily was still uneasy. Will it really work? Eli didn't know how to answer her, it had been created by the Duke. She had no confidence in him. Let's trust the power of this ship, let's go. The ship followed at full speed, the horn spun so fast, it gathered the magical power of the environment and used it to create a storm that nullified all defensive magical spells. Go, Rosenblatt! They all shouted the moment the horn panzer horn blasted the ship. But no effect. Despite the horn touching the prow, a defensive spell appeared. That defensive spell created one after another and pushed the Rosenblatt back. The captain was saying to Eli in an altered tone. Elise Ajisama, we can't go any further. Why not? The horn is at maximum power, but that's not enough to get through the enemy's defense. Eli was cursing the current situation, but a call came in at that moment. Someone wants to communicate with us, it's from inside the battleship. The captain agreed after Eli's affirmation. A magic circle appeared and there. Carmichael's face appeared. Uncle. Hello, Elise-chan. Eli couldn't believe what he was seeing. I'm sorry to say this under the circumstances, but I'm responsible for why your ships were delayed in coming. I am also responsible for the forgery of palace documents that gave evidence of Rosenberg household as the main attacker on the second prince's properties. All by the work of Minister Olgren. What did you say? At first he wasn't smiling himself, no, in fact, he was holding back laughter. That's why I came with a proposal. There is a way for you guys to come to no harm after losing. Even if our ships have been destroyed, it doesn't mean we lost, the flagship is still afloat. My proposal is simple. Elise-chan, be mine. The girls were aghast at that proposal. If I become yours, will they leave us alone? Eli-chan. That's right, Elise-chan, it's the only way you'll survive. No one can defeat the palace, the second prince will win. He is the one best suited to rule when he becomes the new emperor. Eli was trembling, Carmichael could see her tears falling from her face which was looking at the ground, at that moment. I. Eli laughed in her face. You thought I was going to accept, you idiot. Carmichael couldn't understand Eli's behavior, but it wasn't just her, the other girls made fun of him. Old men are the worst, they think they can touch young girls just because they have power or money. You are the worst. You're a horrendous person, you deserve what will happen to you. That's not how you tease Lily-chan, you should say something like, idiot, you're an idiot, Eli stuck her tongue out to taunt him. Carmichael started to get annoyed and decided to put a stop to it. You big-tipped little bitch. Don't you understand what will happen now? Victory is ours. You are mere losers. Eli grabbed her hair and like a spoiled girl, she got all cocky and lifted her big breasts under her arm. Sorry to say this, but pretty girls like us always win. She got smugger and now positioned both her arms lifting them higher. What you say we already knew, but I didn't think it was true. Our spy said that even if we lost the battle we would win the war. Spy? Don't lie you little brat. Evelyn had a folder with documents in her hands, Eli grabbed the first page and began to read what was written. Carmichael's face broke out in a cold sweat. How do you know that? I told you, didn't I? We have a spy who gave us all that information. Oh, I forgot, we had this one from the beginning. Since you guys let him in. What do you mean? Eli flashed a smile worthy of a villainess. Anti-Rosenberg faction's flagship. Kill him! Grin screamed in fear after clutching his bloody head. The sailors inside were attacking an enemy. They were firing low-caliber magic bullets. It's useless. The bullets hit him, but he doesn't die. Die! Just die already! Many bodies were strewn on the floor, the cabin was almost completely destroyed. The door was blocked from the inside to prevent reinforcements from arriving. How did this happen? Grin was wiping away the blood as he remembered what happened. Several minutes ago, a man came into the cockpit. Grin thought it was Carmichael since he announced himself as the Rosenberg's traitor. But as he opened the door, a man he had never seen before stood in front of him. It was Ludger. Who is he? Ludger quickly knocked the man behind him and used a sailor as a shield while he locked the door with the safety catch. He pulled out a handgun, a new type of weapon being developed in Astoria. He started shooting at them, first at Grin, the shot missed on purpose. Some time passed and now we were in the current situation. Grin received a call. He answered as finally the communication equipment worked. Somebody come. We're in trouble. Hey. I don't know how, but they know. The Rosenbergs have evidence that Olgren-sama was responsible for everything that happened and that both, you and I are his helpers. Wait. Grin, we're dead. If this information gets out, the palace will execute us without being able to defend ourselves. We must kill the Rosenbergs quickly. Ludger, hearing that, smiled victoriously. He lit a cigarette and then took a leap. A sailor saw him and shot him. Ludger had 2 magical abilities he was born with, they were useless abilities according to the game. That's right, Ludger was a character in the game, he was an assassin of the Rosenberg household, which was recruited by the villainous Elise. But for some reason he never became one. Full counter. When the magic bullet that turned into a fireball, but when he touched it with his left hand, the fireball was repelled straight back at the summoner with triple his strength. That was one of his abilities, to return the magic attack with triple the strength it was launched. Then comes the other one. Perfect shot. As he shouted that, the bullet inside his gun glowed, as he had taken off his eye patch, he used that eye to visualize the target, the heart of a sailor more than 10 feet away which was hidden by a door. The bullet was fired and pierced the sailor's heart. With these skills, Ludger was a perfect assassin. But he had a secret. Many years ago, he met Eli's grandfather, it is thanks to him that he did not become a cold-blooded killer. When he eliminated the last of the sailors, only he and Grin were left. Grin tried to run away, but he had nowhere to run. Ludger approached him and blew cigar smoke in his face. This is what you get for messing with the Rosenberg household, you were chased by the Hellhound for messing with that family. Grin reacted to that name. Hellhound, that's you. But why are you helping that family? I'll give you money to protect me from now on. He stomped on his mouth so that he wouldn't keep talking. Shut your mouth, a worm like you doesn't know that there is something more important than money, and that is to return kindness. Ludger got through to Eli to give his report. Ju-chan, everything is ready. The flagship went down. I understand. Thank you for your help. I don't deserve the flattery, I'm just doing my duty. Eli closed the call for Carmichael to hear everything. It can't be, that, something like that. He couldn't seem to process what happened. It's over, Count Carmichael. Surrender now that your flagship has been captured. But he didn't surrender. Don't fuck with me bitches, will make you all get killed. I'm going to rape those big tits of yours like you have no idea. How disgusting you are. With those cold words, Eli told the captain to continue at maximum power. But the Panzerhorn was going at full power. You see. You can't win, I'll win, and you guys won't, ha 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 ha. Lily was in the background praying, she wanted them to win since Rosenberg household is her family. Please give us your help, Goddess Alexia. At that moment, she began to shine. That shining caused in the academy dungeon, the fairies felt her power and flew at great speed. The fairies traveled miles in seconds. Help the saint. We must help her. The saint is the only one who can hear the goddess Alexia. After reaching the ship, they placed their hands on the ship to send their power. The magical power caused the red horn to turn golden and spin at such a speed that it could be considered capable of shattering the very sky if it wished. Since at that moment, the defensive spells were destroyed in seconds. Wait a moment, Elise-chan. I'm your uncle, remember how many times we played together and the gifts I gave you as a child? Hey, can't I hear you? You little bitch. The drill had destroyed the last defensive layer and was now tearing apart everything in its path. Communication was cut off as Carmichael ran for his life. This was not supposed to happen, this was not how this day was supposed to happen, this is a lie. The drill was destroying everything in its path, be it things or people. When he reached the hatch to go up, he couldn't because it had been closed on the outside. The whole front part was being pulverized, sunlight was coming in through the sides, tears and snot were expelled by Carmichael while doing a generic pose of young people killed in horror movies. That was the last thing he screamed before saying goodbye to this world. Inside the cabin of the Rosenblatt, Eli muttered. In the end I can only rely on the servants who stayed with us, my concubine friends and Razel. The Sword Saints observed everything. It was a good war game. It started with an obvious disadvantage and ended in a crushing victory of those who had everything against them. Life is very curious. They each mumbled their thoughts, stood up in unison and declared the winner, due to which the judge himself was dumbfounded. The winner is Rosenberg household. On that day, the imperial palace was defeated. Something no one thought would ever happen. Battlefield of Razel and Zoro. This can't be. For 30 minutes ago, Razel and Zoro have begun a non-stop duel of consecutive blows. Aura. 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 Cora. 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 The two's punches flew at a great speed, almost as if it wasn't humans they were fighting. Blood stains were falling all around, the wind was blowing as if a gale was generating in that place. Belange and Cordelia were clutching a pillar. What an incredible fight! I can't believe whoever is doing this is that same promised good-for-nothing. Razel's body was covered in blood, but not his own, it was Zoro's. Why won't you fall? How is it that you hold out longer than me? Knuckles, skin, bones and even his own muscles were destroyed. It was because of his regeneration that it didn't really matter the damage, but at the speed at which he was being hit, he was getting slower and slower. This can't be, I can't go around losing. The desire of my brothers and sisters as my own ambition is to bring the light to us. I can't lose to a lowly. Stop chattering. You're boring me. Razel yawned due to his boredom of hearing Zoro. He became much more serious than he was and placed his hands on Zoro's chest at high speed. A faint bluish-black light glowed. Impact. Double bazooka. At that moment, it was all over for Zoro. Damn it! He shouted as he was pushed by a great force which shattered his entire front. The black stone on his chest was destroyed as well. Zoro, the leader of the Dark Shadows, had been defeated. The darkness of the Empire had been defeated as well. He fell several meters away from Razel. His breathing was heavy, he could feel the heat leaving his body. When he opened his eyes, he noticed Razel sitting next to him. He placed his right hand in the center and the black mist from Zoro's body was absorbed. Inside Razel, there is a white room. In that room was a beautiful woman with pale skin and long blood-red hair, her red eyes saw a black mist moving wildly. So you are Envy, hey? The mist spoke to her in an incomprehensible language, but Astria just laughed. Who cares what you say, my mission is to destroy Epstein and its plans. You're part of that bastard, so don't hate me when you brought this on yourself. She would have her mouth and proceeded to eat the deadly sin of envy. Both envy and sloth have been erased from this world. Ha, ha. Zoro's breathing was getting slower and slower. Hey. Hey. I have to ask you a favor. I'm not interested, just die already. At least just listen to it and then think about it, you'll be interested. You don't understand that I don't involve whoever planted this on me. You would have said that earlier, you idiot. On the outskirts of the capital, there is a subway laboratory hidden under a tree, that's where there are others like us, where we were created, please save them. Hearing how there were others just like Zoro, Astria had a flashback of herself in a cage watching other children being tortured. She sighed before replying. Damn, I guess I'm weak to children being tortured. Fine, I'll save the brats, now tell me about who planted the dark crystal on you. How do you know, it's called a dark crystal? It's not the first time I've seen it. Zoro's breathing was so slow that his lungs could no longer inhale or exhale oxygen. His name is Linhard, he is the one responsible for many aberrations done in the past in the name of the Empire. The imperial family knew about it and allowed it. It seems that they were trying to create a super warrior, but which the current emperor got somewhere. You're talking about that Twilight Saint? I saw it once, just that one time was enough to tell me that it wasn't human. That thing doesn't breathe, nor do I feel a heartbeat in it. I don't know what it is. Razel put his hand to his chin. I don't feel that guy has anything to do with Epstein, but I have no way of how to find out, yet. The dark stone, he brought it, it came with someone else. Razel reacted and grabbed Zoro. What was its appearance like? The color of its skin, eyes and hair? I don't know. It was in the dark looking at us, as if we were rats it could get anywhere. Please, save those who are about to fall, in the dark. The light is, very warm and beautiful. Razel looked up at the sky from the hole that formed in their fight. It was already dusk after fighting for so many hours. Yes, it is very pretty. No doubt. Zoro's eyes closed forever after taking his last breath. Cordelia and Belange approached, but Razel stood up and said, I have something to do, I'll be back later. Belange, do me a favor and take her home and put some sheets on these guys. What will you do? Belange asked. Walking toward a new exit that formed, Razel said. I'll just go get something I forgot, I'll be back shortly. And so, that fateful day ended with a crushing victory against the Imperial Palace and against the darkness of the Empire. Chapter 74 Second Prince. In the darkness of the night on the outskirts of the capital, a great cloud of smoke was billowing out from beneath the earth. After defeating Zoro, Razel came to seek information about a certain Linhard. He broke through the entrance, which was a large tree that served as a gateway, and ventured inside, where a large laboratory was hidden. He was angered to see a strange liquid being injected into a girl and proceeded to decapitate everyone present. No matter if they were guards or knights' escorts, they were all beheaded. While the prisoners opened the cells, Razel researched the documents based on information about Linhard, but there is nothing to say about the whereabouts of that guy, let alone the other person that guy mentioned. Is he a very important person to be kept in hiding? It's no use for me to be here anymore. Razel destroyed all the documents and then proceeded to let the prisoners escape. He told them, there is a place that used to be called the Lawless City, they are currently repairing everything and accept labor from anyone. You can live there, as it seems they were only interested in getting rid of the lord of those lands to the Empire. The prisoners thanked him and ran with all their might. After sighing for a long time, Razel commented, I feel sleepy. It's time to return this boy's body. Astria returned home after leaving Razel's body unconscious in the forest. Minister Olgren's mansion. A cup of imported tea fell to the floor. What, did you said? It's as you heard, my lord, the Anti-Rosenberg faction, your faction, lost to Rosenberg household. A few moments ago the judge of the battle who belonged to his faction reported the following to a messenger. We lost, and it also seems that Carmichael opened his mouth. The Rosenberg's heir daughter is submitting some documents to the Sword Saints. Request help from that person quickly, our necks are in danger. After reading the letter and what the message told him, Olgren began to sweat as if he was in a sauna. It can't be. I can't lose, the palace couldn't have lost. The prince couldn't have lost, my future as prime minister and leader of the Black Crows couldn't have lost neither. The phone near a table began to ring. Olgren grimaced in horror as that phone had never rung before. The messenger was long gone due to the fear he felt at the sight of the ever-smiling minister, showing a face of crippling pain. He approached slowly, the phone was still ringing. Even if he wanted to pretend it wasn't ringing, or, if he had left the house, the phone would still ring. He picked it up with his shaking hand and after swallowing saliva he said, hello. You screwed up in a big way, Olgren. Leader. The leader of the Black Crows called out to him, this time he wasn't using a voice distorter so that no one would recognize him. The voice of the person behind it all spoke to him in a calm tone, but one that was clearly grumpy. The report came to me while I was working. You know, you guys are stupid, right? Don't any of you have brain cells in your heads? Leader, wait a minute, let me explain. No buts, olgren. The news came just a little while ago. By tomorrow morning the whole empire will know that the second prince lost. And what's more serious, that it was you, the one guilty of deceiving him and seeing the idiot face of a member of the imperial family. Leader, let me explain what happened. Olgren looked like a small child wanting to cry in front of his father who didn't want to hear his excuses. Worst of all, I wanted to send the shadows to take care of creating false evidence, but not a single one of them was in their lair. Are you responsible for this too? I figured as much. Sigh. It's over, Olgren. Leader. I will not allow you to divulge information when they torture you. I will have both the palace and the members hunt you down. For everything you've done for me, I'll give you 2 hours, no, 1 hour to flee. That won't give me time to hang nothing back. I don't care, I'll go for your head, Olgren. They'll be coming to your mansion shortly, they're assessing the situation now. By tomorrow morning you will be the most wanted man in the country. Or, the most publicly humiliated minister before your execution. Believe me, the emperor will be asking for your genitals when he hears this. Farewell forever, Olgren. You were a good ally, who made stupid decisions. Leader. Hanging call. Ah. Olgren dropped the phone and after being in shock for a few seconds, he ran at full speed without changing his clothes, which were a robe and slippers. Damn it, this can't be happening. This can't be happening to me. He ran straight to the kitchen, grabbed food and water from the fridge. The head cook asked him what was wrong. He ignored him and grabbed a garbage bag into which he deposited everything in his hands. Then he took a large knife and put it in a towel. He went straight out into the yard where there was a large field. There was a horse that he used to ride in his free time. As he got on he hit it and ran off at full speed. Don't think you'll catch me just like that. I'm Garrett von Olgren, the head of the Olgren family. In my 57 years of life I've never lost. I swore you'll pay to me, Rosenberg. Especially you, you snotty little shit. If Zoroaster did not return to inform me of the mission accomplished, it means he was defeated. Damn. That kid is more dangerous than I thought. If someone like him joins with the Emperor, it will be bad for all those who want to use the Crown Prince or the Second Prince. After galloping for a while, Olgren entered the forest that indicated the end of his domain. The only safe place for me is with that guy right now. He owes me several favors, so I'll have him hide me until I come up with a plan. They won't kill me and I'll be back for revenge. In the darkness of the night, Olgren escaped. Imperial Palace, Chamber of Ministers. This can't be true. Even if we want to say it's not true, the information written here is real. Get away from me, I haven't done anything. He's a traitor. Get him. The interim palace was in chaos because of what happened hours ago. They lost, for the first time in their history. For the first time in the history of the empire's founding, in the 1,000 years since its founding, the palace lost. The imperial family lost, and against a duke. The ministers, officials, and knights who belonged to the Olgren faction that supported the second prince were being caught for complicity. It was all madness. The Prime Minister stood with his head bowed looking towards a door. Someone had locked themselves in there a little while ago and hadn't come out. Blake Kun. Prime Minister, we can't let this get out. What will the populace think when it gets out that the imperial family lost? That shouldn't concern us, it should concern our enemies. If the unified kingdoms or the ideal empire finds out about this, they'll think we're weakening. But everyone knows about this battle and the result of the victory is what everyone thought was absolute. We can't change or hide the result when there are witnesses. The emperor is asleep, when he wakes up it will be something really scary. Despite everything they were saying, the Prime Minister only cared about one thing. Outside the break room used by the ministers, Blake sat staring at the ceiling. Ever since he was a child, he always pondered that he would win using strength and the blessing of being part of the imperial family, but right now both of those advantages were destroyed. I guess, it's over for me. When father finds out he will kill me or torture me before he kills me. He started laughing for no reason as tears streamed down his cheeks. Cheers. At the Rosenberg mansion located in the capital, an impromptu victory party was taking place in the huge back garden. All the members of the faction were there, including the brave sailors who fought. Thanks to Lily they were healed without any problem, despite the fact that many airships were destroyed. They managed to save themselves thanks to the fact that Duke Leuenberg had ordered that all ships had a magic stone of protection in case of disaster. They managed to save themselves from imminent death. Quite the opposite of their enemies who ignored that, believing they would not lose. Barbara was still inside due to her psychological discomfort from everything that happened. But Eli spoke on her behalf, and now everyone was enjoying this moment. Except the Regulux group. I can't believe he survived. They watched as Desmond had not only survived the fall, he also seemed to have forgotten about their existence. For upon seeing them he said, "Ha, who are you bitches?" He was eating everything in sight. Who were feeding him were two blonde-haired twin girls. He eats like he hasn't eaten in days. The mister with the horns is really a glutton. The girls giggled as they watched Desmond stuff all the food into his mouth. While that was weird to them, the weirdest thing was undoubtedly what was going on at the other end of them. That was a good fight, wasn't it? Brother. I'm not your brother, you're not mine either, get away from me. Belange since a while ago behaved strangely. He placed his arm around Razel's neck and was now talking to him as if they had been friends for a long time. The reason why he calls him brother, is because after Razel arrived, Belange offered him a drink, then Razel gave him the drink that Belange himself gave him after he finished his own. This was called a cup oath, an ancient tradition that was very rarely seen these days. Because of that, Belange now acted as if Razel was her brother from another mother. Don't be like that, we're brothers now. I refuse to accept that. Get away. Somebody get him off me. Eli and Lily came to Razel's aid. Belange kun, get away from me fiancé. Razel kun prefers girls to hug him. They pulled Belange, who kept telling how Razel defeated the dark shadows. Something Cordelia had asked him never to tell. In a bar in the imperial capital, Glenn sat drinking alone. No one was there today. It was because the bar was closed early due to the owner, who did it alone so Glenn could drink in peace. It was a favor from an old acquaintance. So you won, did you? Yes. Tomorrow the whole country will go crazy. I'm sure it will, since the Emperor will know early when he asks for the news report. The door opened, and the bell at the entrance notified that a customer had arrived. Sorry, but the bar is closed today. You are. That's okay, I just came in because I wanted to know how it went. Manfred arrived. The bartender was sweating as he hadn't seen the saint of arrogance around in a while. No one called you. How cold you are to your old friend. That's why I don't want to see you. You and I were always on bad terms when we were young. Manfred sat down and ordered the same thing Glenn was drinking. Back then I was the strongest young swordsman of all. It was normal for me to be arrogant, ha ha ha. They both started telling anecdotes from the past unintentionally. At that, Manfred stopped smiling because of what Glenn said. It's been 40 years since that day. You're still thinking about that, aren't you? There's no way I'm forgetting, it was my fault what happened. Accidents happen, Glenn. It wasn't an accident, I was aware of what I was doing, Fred. Manfred reacted to that name he hadn't heard in years. Glenn took a single gulp of his drink and continued his sadness. If it hadn't been for Richard Sama, I'd be dead on the streets drowning in alcohol. I lost everything, my power, my family name, even my son. If that person hadn't shown compassion for someone as unpleasant as the me back then, I'd be just another criminal in Babel. The awkward silence lasted a few seconds as Manfred gave him a sharp slap on the back to cheer her up. For someone older than me, you're very cranky. We're the same age. No, you're older, look, your hair is falling out already. Manfred pointed his finger at Glenn, who part of his head lost hair, something he had until a few hours ago. Glenn looked thoughtful and said, "It was a dog accident." "Huh? What kind of dog does that? Are you senile by any chance?" "It was a very big and grey dog, I had to protect some children from it, right now that dog must be eating with those children." "Why would a dog eat with the children it wanted to eat?" "I knew it, you are already senile. Let's go to the palace now to notify that you are no longer of use. Touch me and I'll kill you." "Come on Grandpa, I'm not afraid of you." Many veins scored on Glenn's forehead and a fight broke out. The party had been a success like today's victory. "I heard a lot of crazy things, and the girls seem to want me to give them cuddles and petting for working hard. I'll do it after this." "How are you feeling?" "I came to Barbara's room to check on her. The maids had helped her change, so now her body odor smelled different, to a softer, more relaxing scent. Also her nightgown, despite being long, was not big enough to hide those huge breasts. I lay down next to her and she caressed my head as she told me how she felt. "I'm better thanks to that bottle of medicine you brought." "Bottle? What bottle?" "This one." From a drawer in her nightstand, she pulled out a small dark-colored bottle. I was surprised to see it. "That bottle is. Whatever was in here, it helped me a lot, thank you." She proceeded to give me a lover's kiss. Savoring Barbara's tongue, I thought. "That bottle is the one Evelyn said was the product of the dragon I asked her to analyze. She said it was all ready, I was bringing it in my hand because I didn't know if it would work or not. Just look at Barbara's face, for me it's still the same. But it doesn't matter, my goal is to give her a child and that's what I will do." We both got frisky on that night. "Hey!" Lily was sleeping with Eli, her face was in her sister's large breasts, which only her hair covered. She heard something, she didn't know what it was, but it was telling her to come. Lily, a little sleepy, listened to it. She was not thinking clearly, even her eyes were still closed. She reached the balcony and opened the window, her squinting eyes opened wide as she saw a golden light coming from below. "It's you." The fairies had come to see her. Lily smiled with joy as. "It was you who made the horn turn golden, wasn't it?" "Yes. We have an obligation to help you." "Help the saint?" "The one who can hear Alexia's voice." "Alexia's voice?" Lily remembered something from months ago, during Xerxes' attack, she heard a voice telling her what to do. "I certainly heard a voice that day, but to be called a saint or that I can hear the voice of the goddess is exaggerated. You see, since we helped you, it's time for you to come, with us." "With you? Where to?" "Away from here. Finally there is a date, for its fall." "I don't understand you, what are you talking about?" A fairy approached her, its black eyes looked at her intently and its antennas moved to touch her forehead. Then, Lily had a premonition. "What is this place?" She was in the Titania Holy Kingdom. There, in the middle of the country, stood a great tree. It was so tall it could almost hide the sun and bigger than a mountain. Suddenly, its leaves began to fall. The tree was dying. At a mysteriously fast rate. The falling leaves were destroying buildings, people were running while screaming. The tree's natural brown color began to turn white. In a few seconds, the sacred tree died. Its remains collapsed, destroying the country in the process, but that was not all. After a while, the sky turned red. The earth lost its color and the seas turned black. While living things. "I can't breathe. My lungs hurt. My head is burning. Blood flowed from the orifices of their heads. This was because the sacred tree was in charge of purifying the toxins of the world. But now that it had died, the whole world was contaminated, causing the death of all living things, something that was not in the game. What? What was that? Lily asked, trembling as her tears came down. That was the future, 1 year from now. 1 year. The sacred tree can no longer, since long ago, before the primeval dragons became extinct, the priestess of the tree left this world. Without her, the sacred tree cannot purify the world. Humans treat it as an object to be exploited for its immense magical power. Is there anything we can do? No. Without the priestess, the sacred tree cannot purify the world. Let's go now. The fairies proceeded to grab Lily and slowly lift her up. And no. Let go, please. Let's go now. The Demon King knows this too. He'll start moving when the tree starts losing leaves. Protect the saint before he leaves his kingdom. Lily couldn't touch the ground anymore due to being lifted 10 feet in the air. My family. At least give me to take them with me. No. Humans who have not been chosen by the goddess, we are not interested in them. For us they can die like everyone else, ha 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 ha. Lily stopped crying the moment she heard something she should never have heard. They are so stupid, they will die for their own fault. It will be fun to watch them agonize, and then eat their bodies, ha 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 ha. The fairies showed their teeth at that moment, as if they were a shark, their teeth were sharp. No. No. Lily began to glower as she tried to wriggle free of them. Don't speak badly of my family or people. A force field, followed by a strange headache, hit the fairies. It hurts so much. Mental damage is this. She can control our minds. Lily was angry at the fairies. She grabbed one and squeezed her tightly as her bright green eyes like a crystal clear lake sent out a signal of hatred. I don't want you to ever come near me or my family again, you heard right. But, guard the saint. I am no saint, much less hear the voice of the goddess. I am Lily of Rosenberg household. If you are enemies of Rosenberg household, you are my enemies. Lily's mental power was so strong that the fairies felt like their skulls wanted to explode. Ellie, let's get out of here. But what about the saint? Ah, my head. The fairies quickly moved away. Lily opened her hand and before that fairy left, it said to her in a very annoyed tone. The goddess will be really upset with you, for disobeying her order. She doesn't like rebels. Get out of my sight, now. Lily's hair was lifted up by her magical power that soared in a mammoth fashion. The fairy flew out of sight. The moonlight shone again after that. Lily stood in thought, but turned as she saw the door open. Hey, Lily? You're still awake? Razel walked in after taking a shower. Lily saw him and ran to hug him. Is something wrong? He was asking her, very intrigued. She was shaking and hugged him tightly. Razel kun, if one day I'm in grave danger, will you protect me? He hugged her to reassure her. Just like that time, I will always protect you, both you and the others in this house. Even if it's a strong enemy. I'm sure you heard what Belange said, so yes, I am strong, so I will stand up to anyone. What if that enemy was something outside of nature itself? Razel didn't know how to answer that. Well, I think that's where the Ministry of Magic would come in. They deal with all magical anomalies that happen. So we shouldn't worry, or is that enemy you say something like an earthquake? I think there we would only be left to pray. She hugged him so tightly, she unintentionally used her mental power on him. My head hurts, for what reason does it hurt? She released him as she listened, it hurt. Releasing him, she pulled back and with her usual smile said. It was just a bad dream I had, sorry to bother you. You didn't at all. It had to be a really bad dream for it to have bothered you. As they made their way to bed, Lily's smile faded and she mumbled. Really, that was just a dream. The morning of a new day had come. In a bed in the capital's general hospital, lay Bayman looking out the window. Because Emily's attack is not to kill allies, he didn't die, but his wounds are something that can't be healed by healing magic. Why are you here? He was asking Emily, who was cutting an apple into slices. She was also wearing a hospital gown. I'm being discharged today, I just came to say goodbye. That's good for you. He kept looking out the window at the cityscape. They're very rowdy. Indeed they are. For hours now the news had reported what had happened. At this moment there was no one who did not know of the second prince's defeat. Bayman sighed before speaking. In the end I lost in a pathetic way. I wouldn't call it that. Of course it was. After all I told you, I lost like a swarming dog being kicked away. I'm a failure as a knight. Bayman Dono is not a failure. How? Bayman turned his neck so he could see Emily, who was serious, not smiling like before when she talked to him. Thanks to you, because of our fight, I realized that I'm still weak. Even if I beat you, it doesn't mean I did it the easy way. I suffered with every blow you dealt me, and in the end I won only because you didn't know the power of my Apollonia, or am I wrong? I only knew you had a sacred sword, nothing more. If you had known that my sword had such an ability, would you have fought the same way? Not at all. Bayman said, smiling a little like Emily. For that reason I don't rate this fight as a win and a loss, just a draw. I would like to fight one day, in the Sword Saints tournament, to see which of the 12 of us is the fittest and best knight. Our pride will be at stake that day. Emily stood up, and after showing her respects with a reverence, she walked out, but Bayman stopped her first. Wait, Crossbell. Is something wrong? She asked curiously, but he only averted his face straight to the window. Did that person change you that much from how proud and confident you were? She smiled in response before answering him to leave his room. He is the reason I understood that true strength is to protect and help those in need. I see, he must be a great person. Without another word, she left. Bayman instead muttered. I guess it's too late to apologize to the Rosenbergs, isn't it? Today was busy. Where's my dress? Should I go formal or semi-formal? Celia-chan, we're going to see the Emperor, you should go as formal as you can. But I hate wearing tight clothes. Lily-chan, your hair is burning. Hawawawa, help Eli-chan. I was sitting on a chair in my room waiting for them to finish changing. My girlfriends brought different kinds of clothes because they were going to change here. It was really nice to see them in their underwear running around here and there while they think what to wear. Today is the day we are going to see the Emperor, that's why everyone is upset. I left the room to get some air. As I opened the door, I found Cordelia, who was carrying some sheets. Ah! We both said. I greeted her and continued on my way, but she grabbed the sleeve of my shirt. Wait a minute. Yes. Her face was a little flushed. Please, let's go somewhere private. I followed her into a locked room. As we entered, she closed the door. She asked me to sit down. Doing so, she then sat down a little shakily. Is there a problem? Yesterday when I came back from the forest, she was avoiding me for some reason. Even now she still didn't look me at the eyes. If I did something wrong, I will apologize, even if I have no knowledge of it. Yesterday in the cave, when you were fighting them, why did you go to rescue me? Hey! I'm just a servant, my stay here is only until when the palace decides. So why risk your life for someone like me? You could have ignored it and gone with your betrothed to the battlefield. So that's it. I sighed before telling her. You are a member of this household, no matter if you are a servant, the cook, the porter, the gardener, let alone the Duchess or her daughter. I swore to protect the members of this house, no matter if you or anyone else was kidnapped. I was going to rescue them no matter what. When I said that, Cordelia seemed to jump slightly. I was expecting a fairy tale answer honestly, since you're a big-breasted maniac for a reason. Hey! She raised her head and. But never mind, now I understand why those girls and that pervert the Duchess, are obsessed with you. She looked at me with loving eyes. I was afraid, I thought I was going to die, but you came to save me and even faced powerful and numerous enemies. What kind of girl wouldn't feel her heart beating when someone risks her life like that? She cupped my cheeks and brought her lips close with mine. We gave each other a soft, long kiss. We drew our lips back and a bridge of saliva formed. She licked her lips. That was my first real kiss, doesn't count the other one. Oh yes, that girly kiss Barbara gave her, thanks for reminding me. She put her hand on her big chest, and said words I didn't think she'd say. If you don't mind, I'd like you to take me as a concubine. My family is small and we have no benefits, but I want to be with you, Razel-sama. If you wish I can also be your mistress. This is real, isn't it? As real as this. She put my hand on her breast, this was the third huge breast I touched. Are she, Yukihime and Barbara my trinity of huge-breasted women? I had just gotten a new woman for my harem, a harem deserved for me after helping the world in the shadows. Fair enough. I have no problem, in fact, I'm a little embarrassed to say it, but I've always wanted to touch your breasts. Sigh. You really are a breast freak to not be a virgin. But hey, starting today you can touch my breast anytime you want. She moved closer and we had another kiss. Having a harem of girlfriends who loves you is the best. Now, off to go with the Emperor. No, it wasn't my fault. I was just following orders, it's not my fault. In a specific area of the Imperial Palace, the members of the Anti-Rosenberg faction who had not committed suicide were about to be hanged. After being caught by the knights, they revealed everything olgren did to save their skins. Even Grin, himself who wept as he was dragged to the guillotine. His sin was the worst, for he, himself declared that the Rosenbergs' defeat was imminent. The palace was ashamed that they had not only been fooled, but also manipulated. The knights placed Grin on a dirty, blood-covered platform. No, it was a mistake. I only wanted what I lost. I take back what I did, mercy please. His head was forcibly placed by the knights, while an executioner cleaned his red-covered sword. He used his two hands to lift it up, the hilt was held tightly, Grin cried harder seeing that. I beg forgiveness, I'm so sorry, I won't do it again. I swear I will dedicate my life to serve. Grin's voice was silenced forever in a single hand movement. The executions continued regardless of today's itinerary. Inside the main audience hall, the Emperor sat very angry. A rugged-looking man with a muscular body, long golden hair and intense red eyes looked down as he spoke. When I wake up, I expect good news such as, having discovered a way to defeat the ideal empire, or new magical discoveries. But what do I discover when I wake up? Traitors. Manipulation. And above all, defeat. The veins in his forehead were manifesting themselves every second. Your Majesty, you are behaving inappropriately. His twin brother the Grand Duke, who was also the Prime Minister, told him to relax. Anyone else who would have said that would have been killed by his big hands. I understand. The veins on his forehead were gradually disappearing, before long he seemed to be bored. I don't want to waste time here, hurry up and summarize what happened. An official gave details about what happened in the battle and the report Eli delivered. The Emperor's face distorted with each thing he heard. Enough. Let the winners pass. Razel, Eli, and the girls stepped forward and bowed to show their respects. It is an honor that His Majesty the Emperor allows us to stand in his presence. Unnecessary. Daughter of the Rosenbergs, tell me, how did it feel to win against those who wronged them? Am I allowed to be honest, Your Majesty? Indeed it must be so. Inhale. Exhale. It was the best. To see how those who wanted to see us in misery, receive their deserts and that the goddess has blessed us with victory. It's proof enough of the era that the Rosenberg household will once again be the greatest ducal house in the empire. Eli declared in front of everyone that the Rosenbergs were superior, with their victory against the second prince was not luck, it was fate. Gururara. The emperor laughed having heard that. That's the way winners think. A winner is one who achieves a victory by his own hands, luck doesn't exist. Daughter of the Rosenbergs, I accept the defeat of the palace, of the imperial family at your hands. Go ahead, I will grant you a wish. I will be able to give you everything you want except the crown or the crown prince's position. Your words make me happy, your majesty, but right now I am only interested in what was agreed upon if we won, which we did. Very well, but before that, you frog face. He was now heading towards Razel. Both Eli and Lily flashed a vein as they heard the emperor speak to their boyfriend. Is it true what the Fraser's son said? Belange divulged Razel's fight against the darkness of the empire to all. Everyone now knew it was real. The palace could not hide, only declare its motives for having had hidden assassins. At first Razel was reluctant to declare that, but he could not lie to the man who was almost considered a god according to their laws. Yeah, it was me. I killed those guys. The facial expression of many, including the emperor and prime minister, raised their eyebrows in surprise. The emperor muttered to himself. It looks like it's real, I suppose. Well, that's all I wanted to know. The darkness of the empire is something that has haunted us for centuries. The founding of the Black Crows was also the fault of my predecessors. I was always against it myself. We only need the Twilight Saint to get rid of our enemies. Everyone's gaze focused on the man in red armor with horns standing to the emperor's left. Like the daughter of the Rosenbergs, I will grant you a wish. Speak, say, what do you wish? Thank you for your kindness. Like my betrothed, I would like to keep that wish. How boring. The emperor clicked his tongue at the sound of them both refusing to make their wish at that moment. You are dismissed. Now it's loser's turn, come forward. Razel and the girls stood up and proceeded to leave the place. The door to the entrance opened, and there, with a look overhead, stood Blake in his best suit. Everyone looked at the proud second prince who arrived with his usual sharp look. Some muttered nasty things about him. Look at him, coming in like he was getting a prize. It's like the proverb, dog that barks don't bite. I suppose the second prince will beg his father for mercy, I wouldn't be surprised indeed. Blake heard these murmurings, but thought nothing of it. Reaching the center of the room, he showed a reverence. I came just as you ordered, father. Blake would not raise his face so as not to look at his father, the emperor. He didn't want to. Raise your face. He didn't want to see the most important man in the country looking at him like he was a worm. What are you waiting for? He knew what would happen, he would see it to his face. I'm ordering you to look me in the face, Blake. For the first time in a long time, his father called him by name. For a brief moment, Blake thought this would mean a change in his life to talk to his father without an audience, but the reality was otherwise. His father was looking at him with a look of disgust on his face. Do you understand why you're here? He began to sweat, he wanted to avert his eyes, but he could not do such disrespect in front of the emperor. Right now the emperor wasn't looking at Blake as a son, let alone his family, he was looking at him as the ruler to someone who spat in his face. Yes. In a weak voice Blake answered him. No one will tell any report of what was revealed. I imagine you read it beforehand, didn't you? Yes, I read everything before I came. That will make things quicker, I will list them from my perception. You were manipulated by Olgren, who was responsible for everything that happened, but not only that, he was also part of the Black Crows as written by the fiancé of the Rosenberg heiress. Did you know that, Blake? Did you even know that? No. I'm afraid I didn't know anything about it, father. I am your majesty now, prince. Blake began to shiver and break out in a cold sweat, he wanted to avert his eyes from his father, but he couldn't. You made a declaration of victory, you dared to use the surname of the Bryce dynasty and the imperial family, and yet you lost. You made a fool of us, you made us the laughing stock of the nation and our enemies. Do you understand that I can ask for your head if I want it? Yes, I understand, Your Majesty. Well, I will proceed to give my verdict. The Emperor stood up and said the words that no one would forget. I, Loic V, because of my son's dishonor and defeat, I give him the mildest punishment despite the fact that I should execute him. You, the second prince of the Arclight Empire, Blake Emil von Bryce, I take away your middle name, your last name and above all your position. You no longer have anything to hold on to. Tomorrow you will be sent to the field to work so that you can earn with your own hands the food you ingest without trouble. I said. Everyone can go. The Emperor proceeded to leave, accompanied by his right and left hands. Before long, only Blake was left, who wanted to cry, but could not. Night fell. Blake was imprisoned in his room. His things were intact, but tomorrow they would be gone and would now be part of the Rosenbergs. He threw his sack on the floor and sat down on the couch in the center of the room. But not before bringing snacks and a bottle of wine from a small refrigerator. He turned on the turntable that was powered by a magic stone that could reproduce sound. To my health. He drank the wine without using the glass, then went for a snack and began to reminisce about his childhood. Mother always said I was special, I guess she was wrong. You're right about that. Suddenly, the lights went out next to the turntable. He used fire magic to light the candle on the table. Who is it? He asked uneasily. That's when he heard footsteps approaching. He couldn't see who was approaching, that intruder stood in a position where only its silhouette could be seen. Its sharp eyes looked at Blake as if he was a nuisance. Despite all the support I gave you, both you and Olgren are incompetents who can't do anything right. I demand to know who you are. The intruder moved closer, and Blake could see its face. It's you. What are you doing here? No, what were you talking about just now? He was answering this way since, that intruder was someone he knew. The mysterious person said. Your defeat is a delay in my objective. Objective? What have you been talking about for a while now? Answer. The mysterious person moved its lips, and a terrifying crescent-shaped smile formed on its face. That smile in the midst of that darkness, along with its sharp glowing eyes, only gave an unpleasant sensation accompanied by what Blake heard. His legs lost strength and he fell onto the couch. Hey, what did you say? No, it can't be true. What you say is madness, an aberration against life itself. The crescent-shaped grin was still going on. Blake clutched his head and thought about everything he heard. If what it says is true, then the Empire, no, the whole world is in grave danger. And what's worse, the palace, the imperial family, is just its disposable pawn. Blake's eyes went to a shiny object that person was holding in its hands. You came to get rid of me with your own hands, didn't you? You're smart, but not that smart. Blake swallowed saliva, still trembling. You told me all this, because you're going to get rid of me. A pawn is useless if he lost his power. Now your brother will be my new target. Plans to use Sirius and Sama. I can't allow it. Even if I fall, the crown prince must be safe. The memory of his mother, his brother, and him in a field of flowers came into his head. He stood up and shouted. Guards, come quickly. You're stupid, aren't you? You think I didn't take it upon myself to silence this room? Slowly starting to walk, but stopped to pull something out of a pocket. One question before we finish this, do you know her? That person pulled out a photograph which was one of Lily. I don't know her, replied Blake as he formed a magic circle in his hand. Sirius and Sama is the last hope to oppose you. Now I understand why my mother was weak. It was you, wasn't it? And if it was, what will you do? The half-moon-shaped smile was so distorted that it was no longer possible to tell if it was a human being that was the intruder. For the sake of the Empire, the mankind. I'm going to stop you with my own power. The hand of that sinister figure moved swiftly. It moved at the same time as Blake Ann. A mere pawn like you won't be able to beat me. Your whole family are just my toys to achieve my goal. It was all over in one move. Kaya. Call the Prime Minister quickly. Bring the healers as soon as possible. A maid entered the room of the former second prince early in the morning. It was to signal him that the transport was ready. But when she opened the door, she found something that made her scream in horror. The knights next to her were surprised as well. One of them ran to warn the others. After a short while, the Prime Minister, who was forcibly lifted up, came to see what was going on. No, it can't be. Blake Kun. He collapsed to his knees and tears streamed down his cheeks. Blake. Blake. There, sitting there with a smile on his face, lay the lifeless body of the second prince. He was sitting unconcerned on the couch, which was stained red along with the small table in front of his body. In his right hand was a knife, with which he cut his neck, ending his life. The court magicians came. Treat his wound, quickly. I fear it is impossible, the blood in the room indicates that he has been like this for hours. What did you said? As the panic was occurring, two people arrived. Still in his sleeping robe, the Emperor arrived accompanied by the Twilight Saint. He pushed aside the knights standing at the door and saw with his eyes the scene which no father should see. What is this? Brother. Blake is no longer here. Who was it? Who dared to hurt my blood? Find the culprit. Your Majesty. It seems it was His Highness Blake who ended his life. That idiot couldn't have done something as shameful as that. Check it. Understood. The Emperor turned to the man at his side. The Twilight Saint moved and took the knife from the prince's lifeless body. A strange light appeared, and just as it flared, it faded. I'm done with the analysis, he said in an emotionless tone. Well, the one responsible for ending the prince's life, it was Minister Olgren. That answer surprised everyone. Olgren, you say? Why would he do such a thing? Revenge perhaps? But how did he get in if the guards were out all night? Never mind that. The Emperor's hair was rising due to the magical power he was emanating. Find him and bring him before me. I'll cut off his head with my own hands after torturing him. Contact the Ministry of Magic. Tell the wizard god that we need them here and now. Send the summons to all the territories of the Empire. This will not stand. On that ordinary day, the second Prince Blake passed away. Epilogue, Volume 6. Where is he? Find him. Early in the morning, Prince Blake was assassinated by Minister Olgren. The summons was given to all territories to seek and capture him. The knights and adventurers of the Empire searched everywhere. Even in people's homes, all those who were related to him, either in a work, sentimental or social way, were arrested. This news is shaking the Empire. The spies who were infiltrated in the country were surprised like everyone else. But there was someone who was affected by this more than anything else. Sitting on a bench in the garden of his room was Crown Prince Sirius, looking down as he repeated the same thing. Blake is dead, my little brother is dead. He went ahead to see mother. No. No. This can't be all. Sirius shouted as he threw things everywhere. And just like that, the first school year of the game's prologue ended. 2 weeks have passed since the new year began. Due to the murder case of the second prince, the vacation was extended and now we will enter the next semester in February. At this time the whole nation was mourning the loss of the second prince. Apparently Olgren's bastard killed him. This event shook the Empire, and after 2 weeks of searching for him, he was never found. It is believed that he fled the country thanks to someone. The weather was still freezing because of the winter that will end this week, then we will move on to spring. The lines of people to say goodbye to the second prince were immense. A war band played mournful music as we watched a group of marching knights pass by. Boys and girls who belonged to the temple were throwing white rose petals at the feet of a group of imperial guards carrying Blake's open coffin. There, we could see his smiling face and clasped hands intertwined with the family crest. Behind the casket was the flag of the Empire to end the ceremony. After a while of taking the walk around the palace, the Emperor in his best clothes stood in front of a platform and his reflection in a floating hologram was seen by all. Citizens, last year a misfortune occurred which was the loss of my son, your second prince. In the name of my son, I swear that whoever manages to find the location of his murderer, I will reward you like you have no idea. The Empire will neither tolerate nor forgive traitors. His blood will be an offering for the second prince who passed away. Long live the Arclight Empire and the Bryce dynasty. We all shouted the same thing. Then the members of the imperial family one by one, starting with the Emperor, went to lay a rose on Blake's coffin. After the Emperor came his brother, the Prime Minister. His face looked sadder than that of his nephew's father. Next was the Crown Prince. It was the first time I had seen him. He did not throw the rose like his father and uncle, instead he collapsed on his brother's grave. That made me sad because in the game, both brothers died during the conflict of the revolution. Some knights helped Prince Sirius, after him came someone I never saw in the game. The mother of Regulus the Empress, a beautiful woman with gathered blonde hair, beautiful green eyes and large breasts. She used her handkerchief to cover her tears. Next came Cid and Regulus and so came all the members of the imperial family. As they were leaving the roses, I looked to my sides and the other dukes were gathered. I forgot, the dukes and their relatives were in a specific section like the important nobles and ministers. To my right were the dukes I knew. Jake and his father, who seemed to hate being here, Duke Wimlet and Duke Leuenberg. While to my left were the other dukes I had never seen in the game. Next to me was a man with a hairstyle that looked like an old toy and a wavy mustache. He was Duke Mercury, and further behind him was Hugo. At the end of the row was the last of the dukes, the one who was part of the revolution, a man who reminds me a lot of Hikikomori, shoulder-length hair and scruffy mustache. Duke Carlisle it was. Barbara was also well presented like everyone else, but for some reason her face looked pale. She even had a handkerchief in her purse for some reason. In the box designated for the people of the palace, a certain sinister figure was looking at Blake's coffin with revulsion. That idiot Blake managed to hurt me a little. In its hand it had a bandage. Blake's attack managed to hurt it. But it managed to cut its throat. Blake smiled at least knowing that it hurt and that it would upset it. Now that Olgren and Blake are gone, my investigation will progress slowly. Shall I see how it's going over there? Its gaze shifted to a certain person who was crying as she gripped the railing tightly. Why did you leave? Blake and I-sama. A sinister smile flashed as it looked at its new victim. After a couple of hours after seeing the tomb, we returned to the mansion. The news surprised us all, but it bothered me more for two reasons. The first is that everything is the same as in the game. Blake died. The position of the second prince is vacant just like the game. The second problem is that Cid probably must be sad about his brother's death, incidentally Regulus too. I guess I'll go visit them later. We have 2 weeks left to spare before the new semester starts. Let's take a break for this sad day. Almost a week went by and everything was going as if nothing had happened. Eli summoned all of us, me, her mother and the girls to a room. We only have a week left to enjoy this vacation. That's why I called you here. Together with Lily-chan we talked A&D. Lily stood up and showed a drawing. Tate. A family trip to the coast. A trip, said Barbara, whose mind had been wandering for a while now. That's right, I want all of us to go on a family trip and enjoy that week off. Sounds good. I'm in. Well, Mom and you. Hey. Oh yeah, sounds good to me. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, I've just been thinking a lot recently. Well, Tomorrow we're going out, so everyone. Someone knocked on the door. It was Cordelia who called Eli. Eli Ajisama, there is a visitor who wants to see you and your friends. Us. Yes, also a message came. I don't remember requesting anything or having anything pending. Let's go. Eli along with the girls walked out. Me and Barbara stayed in the room. I was planning to go out as well to see who it was, but she stopped me. Razel kun, wait a moment. Yes, is something wrong? Barbara stopped me and stood up. You see, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Is there a problem? She gave me embarrassed looks from time to time, starting to scare me. Then she took my hand and placed it on her belly. I'm pregnant, I'm in the 4th month. Hey! What did she say? I was supposed to take care of myself when we loved each other, but it seems this happened the day I told you that secret. It was weird for me that my period didn't happen. I thought it was a stress thing, but I was wrong. From her purse she pulled out a small tablet which had a and in the middle. The technology in this world scared me sometimes, but this surprised me. I took the test since last week since it seemed weird to me. In the end it was reality. I should be happy, but I'm scared. Her eyes red from tears hinted at that. I wanted this to happen after you married Eli and the others, after you got them pregnant, it would be my turn, but this. I didn't plan for this to happen. She really ached to be the first to get pregnant, no time to hesitate. Barbara. I hugged her and showed her my resolve as her man. You should be happy. For at this moment, our child is inside you. I looked into her face so she could see how serious I was. Don't cry with sadness, make it with joy. You finally ended up pregnant again, but this time I will be by your side as your husband. So don't cry, you are one of my women, both you and the creature in your womb. I will love you both equally. I wipe away her tears and we kiss. I will not allow her to cry again. My son or daughter right now is growing in her womb. By all this, I don't know how to raise a child. I mean, from the point of view of my previous life I am still a teenager. I never thought that in my second 17 years of life, I would have a child. Now how am I going to explain this to Eli and the others? There had been a strange noise outside for a while, but I didn't think anything of it. As we withdrew our lips, I felt some presences that were not there before. No. It seems they were there for a long time. Razel, why were you kissing my mother? Eli and the others were there. We quickly parted ways, Barbara and I, due to the presence of Eli and the girls. Celia and Evelyn looked confused. Cordelia just made a face that implied that sooner or later this would happen, while Lily covered her mouth. Eli's expression was the most frightening, as if she had seen something repulsive. Her eyes darted to Barbara's hand as she spoke in a harsh tone. A letter from the palace came. The first princess requests to see you as soon as possible, but there is something more important than that. Mom, what's that in your hand? And why is there a plus sign on it? Mom, what were you doing with Razel? Eli, you see, Barbara was trembling as she didn't want to hurt her daughter. While I was with a much more important and scary question. What is she doing here? In the background, along with Cordelia, was both Amy without a costume and Leela watching me. What the hell happened to make the events of my sentencing as a background character happen now? Underscore 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 underscore. War game arc completed. Reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly background character, Volume 6 End. Interlude They start moving. 1. Christina had arrived at her home, an apartment at the top of a hotel. You would think that since she was a sword saint, she would have a luxurious apartment, but no. Due to the hatred towards elves by some ministers, Christina's monthly salary was very small. Instead of being paid 10 platinum coins, she is stuck with 100 silver coins. The difference is very abysmal, but she does not care about that miserable salary because next year, in April, she will be officially recognized as a citizen of the Empire and she will be able to take revenge on those ministers. Today was the funeral of the second prince. After arriving she didn't turn on the lights and just walked to the fridge. "I'm so tired, I'm hungry." Despite being just a funeral, a sword saint works every day, more than the Prime Minister even. Christina and the others just attended the ceremony and then to get on with their work. Who came to greet her was her cat. The cat she had was a descendant of an old cat she had. This cat has been her only friend since 4 generations now. "Hello, did you feel lonely?" "What do you think?" "Me too. But because it was a very irritable day, you know." "Is that how royalty should behave?" Christina stopped petting her cat and became alert to the mysterious voice speaking to her. She grabbed a kitchen knife since her sword was near the door. As she quickly approached to plunge the knife into the intruder's throat, she paused and then sighed. "What do you think you're doing in this place?" "Father." A hooded man took off his cloak and revealed his appearance. It was that of a beautiful man with snow-white skin, long golden blonde hair with green tips, his eyes were yellowish-green and his ears were pointed. It was Christina's father, Oberon the Elven King. "That's what I should be telling you, Tina. What do you think you're doing working under humans?" Christina was annoyed and moved to turn on the light. "I can see why this little guy didn't make a sound, we must have the same scent." As she turned it on, she went to the kitchen to get some juice. Elves were vegetarians, they hated meat for some reason, it was in their DNA. "Here. I don't want anything that was made by humans." "Father, these humans are different from those humans that drove us out." Oberon was annoyed by his daughter's words. "All humans are the same, Tina. It doesn't matter if they are different. They drove us out of our land, they took away what our ancestors charged us to take care of." Tina Christina Rosarina Hohenheim. As a member of the royal family who swore to protect the world tree, you should support me in destroying those usurpers. Christina was the sword princess not because she was a woman, it was because she was a true princess. A long time ago, a group of conquerors came to the Elven Kingdom, which was located in the most hidden part of the continent. The conquerors came from the Unified Kingdoms, a group that came in secret to fight against the ideal empire, but they found the Elven territory and decided to use the power they had against them. The reason was because it was in the game. At the end of the war that lasted for days, the humans captured all the elves and gave them 2 choices. Die or leave your home. At the time Christina was a small child, her mother had died at the hands of the humans and her father bit his tongue as he agreed to leave peacefully. Over time, a country was created there. Then they broke away from the alliance of small united kingdoms. And in the end they ended up becoming a military power. At that time, they became the owners of the World Tree, the Titania Holy Kingdom, the country that will help Lily to be acclaimed as a saint after her adventure there. But for the elves who escaped and sought refuge in the Arclight Empire, this was a humiliation. "Father, I am not like you. I hate those humans, but these humans are different. I live here and next year I will be a citizen in every sense of the word." Her father became annoyed and opened the window. "Although I don't like to say it, I found a group of humans who oppose the regime in this country. I will help them since they promised to help me take back our country once they overthrow the human who rules here." Christina immediately stopped her father with her shout. "Stop, don't be an idiot. I've been in the palace for a long time and I know what you said is a death sentence. As long as we get our country back I don't care. It's not that. In this country there are 5 laws that must not be broken, they teach them to children. They are forbidden words. If you want to use them in any event, radio program, or performance, you must ask permission from the palace and give the reason why you will say them. Those words are treason, rebellion, revolution, usurpation and coup d'état." After swallowing saliva she continued, but the sweat on her forehead indicated that she would not be calm. The reason for its prohibition is because the current emperor, after coming to power, through his uncle's handiwork, was almost assassinated, that blood relative was butchered by my colleague, a monster called the Twilight Saint. After that day that line was declared with some clauses, the Emperor doesn't want to be remembered as a tyrant, that's why there are the declarations of using those words. But that's not all, over the years there have been idiots who have tried to kill the Emperor, but his faithful guardian erased them. Have you ever watched it? Never. Then it's no big deal. Father, you don't understand. If the Twilight Saint ever finds out about this, Tina, for the sake of our aunt's stress, the priestess, I must retrieve our legacy. If you really are a high elf like me, then you should move too. Oberon jumped out the window as Christina bit her lips. The Twilight Saint is not someone you should play with. I saw him fight once in an exhibition fight against a retired saint. The poor guy ended up in the hospital and to this day is still in a coma and his injuries being treated. Not for nothing is he considered the strongest knight in the Empire and perhaps the only one to be able to kill the demon knight. On that night, someone moved to perform an event that should not happen yet. Interlude They start moving, too. A group of various men were gathering in an alleyway every few minutes. Since it was nighttime, it was almost impossible to deduce what they were doing or if it was a speakeasy. After entering a secret compartment, a group of men of different statuses were gathered together waiting for someone. That person arrived at the end. He was a man with a muscular build and tanned skin, his hair was spiky and he had a scar on his chin. His name was Linus Arx. Linus, after closing the door and checking that no one was around, greeted them all. "Good evening, gentlemen. Get to the point, we have business to attend to and besides you called us too quickly. My fault, but this is important. As you may know, the second prince was killed by Olgren and at this moment almost all the forces of the Empire are searching for him." "Yes, and that means the palace is a bit unprotected." The men began to sweat, but one only sighed. "Do you really think this is a good time? The Twilight Saint was sent too. Believe it or not, the Emperor considers the murder of his son as a sign of rebellion against him. So he sent that spawn to find the culprit. But there are still the other 3 saints." "No, a friend inside the palace said that 2 of them were sent to the most dangerous borders and the Sword Princess will soon be sent on a secret mission." "Are you serious? That means, the Emperor will be vulnerable. The darkness of the Empire will fall, ha ha ha. All the men present are part of the revolutionary faction. They suffered at the hands of the Black Crows and Olgren, for that reason they consider that the Emperor destroyed their lives. It was also that the Empire would have more enemies from within and seek to take over the country with every possible card. The problem was, this was an event that shouldn't happen for another 4 years, when the chaos over the Black Crows has led the capital to become a war zone between the social classes. We will call our allies soon, the plan will begin before January is over." The revolution event was marching on thanks to Olgren and the Black Crows. Side story: the villainess and female protagonist can't be friends. A beautiful girl was walking down the hallway of the academy, her name was Rachel, she belonged to the prestigious Ollivierd family. They were vassals of the Rosenberg household. Rachel belonged to the group of girls who bullied the poor commoner student Lily, on the orders of the vile villainess Elise. Rachel was walking leisurely with her friends as they chatted about common girl stuff. When someone came into her range of vision. It was Lily, who was sweeping near the classroom. This was normal for students as they were taught to take care of their belongings, but no one was doing it, with the exception of Lily. Rachel, approaching her, used her foot to knock Lily to the ground. "Kaya!" Rachel taunted Lily, who was covered in dust. "Oops, sorry, didn't see you, ha ha ha." Her friends and she walked away. But the next day Rachel did the same thing again. They were in training class, which could be thought of as physical education. While Lily was changing clothes, Rachel dumped a bucket of ice water on her. "Sorry, but you were in the way and I didn't see you." Lily was in the middle of the girls' lockers, there was no way Rachel hadn't done that on purpose. Lily wanted to cry, but like the kind-hearted leading lady she is, she just smiled and said. It's okay, it was an accident. Rachel was annoyed to see the pure smile of a girl who didn't have a rotten heart like her. TCH. She quickly left the bathroom. But the day after that day, Rachel crossed the line. What are you girls doing? Rachel and her friends cornered Lily at recess time. Lily was frightened, pulled for no reason out of her lunch seat and brought to this place. Rachel slammed her palm against the wall near Lily's ear. She shivered from the loud thump. Who do you think you are, Hui? A commoner like you entering this sacred ground for nobles is nothing more than abomination to us all. You should disappear forever like the worm you are. Rachel was raised like many children of nobles living in the capital. Commoners are our playthings. With that horrid thought, Rachel grew up seeing commoners as her means of amusement. From her pocket she pulled a pair of scissors. Let me show you a little reality. No. Rachel's friends grabbed Lily, then tauntingly cut her beautiful blonde hair down to a military haircut. Lily was crying, Rachel and her friends left laughing loudly. The next day, someone approached Rachel in the middle of the start of school. Hello, good morning. Students were slowly arriving in the classroom. The girl who approached Rachel was Eli. Rachel knew Eli since her family served him a long time ago. Hi, do you need something? Rachel asked in a respectful but disinterested tone to Eli, who moved her hand straight to her neck. The students present and Rachel herself didn't understand what was going on. But Eli had a relaxed expression with her eyes closed. Little by little she opened them and her beautiful plum-red eyes became very intense to the point of looking like flames. I heard from a cute little birdie that you've been bothering my pretty sweet little sister, haven't you, bitch? Rachel broke out in a cold sweat as Eli used levitation magic to stand 6 feet in the air. Rachel could feel herself being smothered. You're wrong. I didn't do anything, please let me go. Oh, yes. Eli released Rachel, who fell to the floor and hit her back very hard. Eli reached down and grabbed her hair after approaching. She dragged Rachel out of the room. All the students watched in horror at what was happening, but no one did anything. On the way out, Rachel noticed her friends tied up near the door. She was so scared that she inadvertently spilled some internal liquid on the floor. Eli threw her and her friends together and with a smile said to them, I know what you little bitches have been doing to my cute little sister. I've been watching you all this time, but you know what? Lily Chan's heart is so big that's why her chest is several cups bigger than all of you. She's so pure, so sweet, so fragile and innocent. Eli's smile darkened as her eyes glittered in a sinister way. That she wouldn't stand for what anyone would try to do to her. Her eyes glittered to such an extent that it made them uncomfortable to look into her face. I don't care who it is, or who you are or what family it's from. Anyone who tries to hurt my sweet little sister, She held out her hand and a flame was created. A small but intense ball of fire glowed. Lily Chan belongs to Rosenberg household, she's my adopted sister, but just because the palace doesn't recognize her doesn't mean she's not a member of my family. The flame got close to the point where the cheek was burning. Rachel was crying just from the sensation of the heat. So, you idiots are picking a fight with us. In the beginning if you did anything to us we couldn't defend ourselves, but now we have more power, still too we didn't reach our past glory. But in our present situation we have enough power to destroy you, didn't you know that? No, I'm so sorry. Oh, you're really going to be sorry, believe me. The attitude of the villainous Eli's, reflected on Eli in a distorted way, no one could stop the vile villainess in the game, except her. Eli Chan, stop. Lily Chan. Lily came running up in a hurry, her hair grew as her healing magic could do this as well. Lily pulled Eli's hand away and then stepped in her way. Just like in the game, Lily was defending herself against the villainous Eli's, only her current situation was different. But Lily Chan, these bitches hurt you. I know, I hate them so much. But that's not why we're going to hurt others. Or don't you remember when you hated Razel kun? Eli's eyes widened like saucers, the flame extinguished in her hand like head lowered. I'm so sorry, I got carried away in anger. But, I really don't want anything bad to happen to you. I know that too, but that's why I'm practicing how to create shields, so no one will hurt me. I want to be by your and Razel kun's side forever. Emphasizing a pose of strength, Lily shouted her enthusiasm and charisma. I want to be just as strong as you and Razel kun so I won't be a bother to you. Eli wanted to cry, instead she hugged Lily. Ah, I can't help it, you're so cute, super cute, the cutest girl in the world, I want to have you as a doll. Her cheeks rubbed and the rubbing hurt Lily. Eli-chan, my face hurts. Sorry. Eli looked up to see the girls, her smiling face faded and she snapped her fingers. The strings were burned by a small flame. You should thank the goodness of Lily-chan's heart which saved them. I won't kill you or destroy your houses, but don't come near us again if you value living. The girls made a dogza pose begging for her forgiveness. We're so sorry, we won't get in your way again. Fine. Let's go to class. Yeah. Eli took Lily's hand and then they walked into the classroom. Rachel and the girls thought the same thing as they watched their backs cross the door. That girl is a saint, and the other one is a villainess. Just like the game, the villainess and the protagonist are an important complement to academic life, only in a twisted way. Side story: Black Dog. Ha! Ha! On the streets of the lawless city many years ago, a boy was running. He had just stolen a ham. The boy Ludger was running for his life while being chased by a butcher. Come back here, you snotty little shit. I'll turn you into steak when I catch up with you. Ludger, who was an 8-year-old, malnourished, and above all an unwanted child, had to learn to live on his own as no one would watch over him. Reaching a dead end, the butcher pulled out his knife. He approached Ludger, who smiled. He grabbed a rock, and despite throwing it weakly, the rock soared up, hitting him in the forehead. Ludger was using his magical ability, a trick skill he was born with. As the butcher fell to the ground, Ludger laughed. Ha 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 ha, now that you're down, I'll go get the rest, thanks for the free food. Ludger was soon known as the thieving dog, wanted by many for stealing from them. Who is the target? Years passed, and now Ludger was 18 years old. He was very young but already recognized as a real criminal. His jobs ranged from stealing to killing. Presently a very suspicious client asked him to kill a nobleman. Ludger was already wearing his charismatic eye patch. He exhaled the smoke of his cigar to then indicate the price in that seedy bar. I want 1 million crystalia, half up front for now and the other half after finishing the job. The guarantee is your identity, so you won't be able to betray me. Sure, here. The man was very respectful. Ludger found it suspicious. But if the job was to kill a nobleman, it had to be business. Okay, send half the money to this address and then to this address the missing half. You have less than 12 hours to do it, I will confirm by my own methods the job. Yes, thank you very much. Ludger was still puzzled by the man's behavior. But he still didn't care. Damn! Ludger was running as his arm dripped blood and with his other hand he covered a wound on his stomach. I never thought this would happen. Ludger was one of the best contractors at taking people out. But the competition was too much and they hated him for it. They struck a fair deal to kill him. Ludger arrived at the right place and hundreds of men were waiting for him. He killed many, but he was so wounded that he ran through the alleyways of the capital on this rainy night. The men chasing him were getting closer and closer. Due to the loss of blood, Ludger slipped and fell on the road after coming out of an alley. His vision was blurring. The hellhound had just been caught. A light was approaching near him, the men behind him as well. Someone got out of a vehicle. The men reached where Ludger was lying and as they lifted him up, they were sliced. Ludger did not understand how this happened, but due to the loss of blood he could not think of anything. Where am I? Ludger woke up in a white room. His body was covered in bandages. There, serving him some water, was an old man. On the other side of the bed was a young man with a few grey hairs holding a sword. The old man handed him the glass of water. Ludger looked at him doubtfully. He could hear the birds singing outside the room. What do they want from me? I don't think you helped me just because you want. Why do you think that? Are you stupid, old man? The servant put his sword to Ludger's jugular. Disrespect my lord again and I'll cut that throat of yours. There, take it easy. But my lord. Easy, I said. You see, it is true that I am an old fool. I helped you since I possess good eyes for people. Good eyes. Let's say I can tell just by looking at someone whether they are hostile or trustworthy. Are you saying I'm trustworthy? No, you're hostile, but not to me or him. With society you are. Your look indicates that you have a strong hatred against the Empire. No one would blame you for that, but I will tell you that there are things worth living for. For example, that your family welcomes you. I don't have a family. I figured as much, but you have a chance to become a family man. Nonsense. Maybe. But when you get to my age you care more about people than money or possessions. The old man and the servant were leaving the room, but Ludger stopped them. Wait. What will you do with me? Nothing, just heal yourself and decide what you will do now. What's your name? The man turned and said a name he would remember forever. Richard. The current Duke Rosenberg. Let's go, Glenn. Today Alvin is bringing Barbara-chan home. Yes. Richard and Glenn walked out of the room, leaving Ludger alone. As the days passed, Ludger healed, and the day he was to leave the summer house he was hiding in, Glenn handed him a letter. And this? A gift from my lord. You should be thankful that someone like him found you. It was the best luck you could have ever encountered in your entire life. Glenn left as Ludger opened the letter. There was a paper furniture title there, on which he indicated that Ludger was a nobleman. With this he could easily escape the clutches of those who wished to see him dead. Ludger laughed a little and put the letter away carefully as he walked straight to the exit. Lighting his cigarette he said, "Ridiculous old man, kindness is not something that should exist in this rotten world. You'd better still be alive to return the favor." But a long time later, Richard died, the Rosenberg household fell into ruin and Ludger disappeared. But years later, Ludger walked into a party. It's a nice night, don't you think? Since he had little education he acquired to do bodyguard work, Ludger walked into the Rosenberg household. He had spent the last few years looking for the former Duke Rosenberg, but without any success. So he decided one thing as he looked at Eli, who reminded him to Richard. "I couldn't return the favor, old man, but I promise I will make sure your family never suffers again. From now on, I'll become your watchdog. I am a new entrant to this faction, the newly appointed Baron, Ludger von Valtrani, a pleasure." Ludger, who was originally an enemy of Lily and an assassin of Rosenberg household, ended up becoming her ally and moreover her protector. All because of the kindness of one man. The power of showing affection and understanding to others is greater than the darkness of the heart, as it can change lives forever. Author's Notes, Volume 6. I hope you have enjoyed this volume, my dear readers. Greetings from the author, Siegburn. There is much to say in a few words. But I hope you will treat those questions yourselves as theories for the future. About Blake, I wanted him to be a character that doesn't give the impression of being the typical manipulable idiot, but it's just that his pride prevented him from seeing beyond his nose and that's why he died. About his death and that mysterious figure, you didn't see it coming, did you? Well, I did, but because that figure is XXX and no one else than me knows what they talked about. From now on the Demon King will be a recurring character like Amy and Leela. Come on, if they decide to enter the battlefield, the fights wouldn't even take seconds. And finally, caught in the act. It's an interesting parallel that both Duel Volume 5 and Razel Volume 6 ended with discovering the protagonist's secret lover. Which, by the way, both, despite having similar situations, will end in a way that no one expected. To conclude, we are just a step away from the volume that marks the true end of the first school year and the beginning of the second. You will definitely want to keep up with this novel. With nothing more to say, thank you for reading Volume 6 of Reincarnated in a Game Otome as the ugly character in the background. See you in the next volume. Spin-off Razel Quest 1. Mission 1 Hero Summoning. Hey? Where am I? My name is Shishigami Naoto, an ordinary 15-year-old Japanese boy. Well, if you compare me to other kids, I would certainly be an abnormal. First of all, I am labeled by my entire classroom as ugly. Secondly, for someone with black hair and eyes, I don't have any traits that make me stand out. I mean, I'm like a background character among background characters. And third, I am secretly a fan of dark justiciars. Those who do good, but their actions are not in accordance with the law and are not approved by others. Because of that, I trained a lot, took pills and exercises to grow my body and muscles. Even with that, I'm a freak to my peers. Today I was in line at a convenience store to buy an arrow novel about a harem of big-breasted mature women. Is it normal for a teenager to have as much libido as I do? Who cares? It's my life and no one should meddle in it. As I was about to pay the 500 yen that the magazine cost, a strange glowing circle manifested itself on the floor, and after a few seconds I ended up in this place. It was such a hit. I can't believe it worked. With this we will definitely win. The place I was in was one you'd expect to see in a fantasy game like any other. A large room like an auditorium, the lights were on torches, and even with that light the place dark. A group of strange people dressed in robes and canes were watching me. Below my feet was the same bright circle, only now that light was gone. I had a lot of things to say, but one of those robed people approached me, and when I was about to shout for help, pulled off its hood. An old man with a beard and long hair was staring at me. His mouth opened and he seemed to be speaking to me in a language similar to Egyptian or maybe Korean. I did not understand him at all. Himself realized that I didn't understand what he was saying, so he pulled a bottle of pink liquid from his sleeve and handed it to me. He gestured for me to drink it. I have a bad feeling, but I can't do anything with strange people around me. So I drank it. It tasted like strawberries, very delicious. After ingesting it, it seemed to take effect fast and my stomach hurt. I held on tight as I thought I was going to give birth to a brown baby, but then something amazing happened. Can you understand what I'm saying? Hey? Yes. Oh, it was a success again. I managed to understand what the old man said. The weird thing was that he sounded Japanese. My name is Gregor von Exner, the chief court magician. I'm sorry for not saying anything, but please come with us. Hey? Wait, tell me where I am first. And, why can I understand what I'm saying? That person will explain it. All I can tell you is that it's a potion to understand any language in the world. We can hear you speak our language and you can understand ours. That's why I was able to understand my native language. Let's go quickly, that person is waiting. Help him stand up. Two robed people came to lift me up and carry me somewhere. The funny thing is that they all seem to be old. Wait, this just in case is it? We went up from a place that seems to be the basement to the top. The old men followed the helper until I could walk better. We continued up to a huge red door. In it I saw a knight. Yes, a knight in shining armor with a spear, which only in games and anime I saw. The knight opened the door and only me and the old man named Gregor entered. The others seemed to have gone back the way they came. The place we entered was much bigger and more colorful than the one we were in. A huge red carpet covered almost the entire size of the door. How did the knight manage to open it with only one hand? Does he use steroids? I felt very nervous, more so than when my classmates wrote ugly or stinky on my desk. The uncomfortable feeling was due to several old men in fancy suits watching me with strange whispers. "It's him, isn't it? It must be. The chief court magician is standing next to him. He's uglier than I expected. His eyes are weird and black too. Hey, what the fuck was that last one? I swear I'll kill you." We pulled up to where a butler was standing. I recognized him instantly because his appearance reminded me so much of one. He was an old man, long hair tied up in a blue ribbon. The old butler said to me, "Do you know etiquette just in case?" No, sorry." "That's all right, I'll inform Her Majesty, hold on a moment." The old butler went straight to the back of the carpet, which was covered with a very beautiful red veil with golden borders. After a while of seeming to talk to someone, the old butler came out and said, "All of you be quiet. Bow before Her Majesty the Queen, Barbara von Rosenberg. And her daughter, Her Highness the Crown Princess, Elisa von Rosenberg." Queen. Princess. The veil was removed as if it were a normal curtain and everyone present but me bowed. The moment the veil was removed, I swallowed saliva at what my eyes saw. On the left side, on a golden throne covered in diamonds, seated in a very refined and elegant manner, was a woman in a red dress. The woman was clearly older than 30, her face reflected that. But even though she was an old woman, her face gave the impression that she was still young and also very beautiful. I could compare her to the women on TV shows who use Botox and their faces look like ugly dolls. Or those who appear in magazines that I like and have expensive surgeries. I am not a man who likes to talk about feminine care as I don't understand it, but to me, this woman is a very beautiful one. Her blonde hair was very long and reached almost to her feet. It looked like heavenly hair because of how shiny it was, a small crown on top of her head which gave her that queenly touch. Her eyes were beautiful, they were of a red color similar to cherries. But the most important detail about her was not her beautiful face or that her curves were so big that they completely filled the space of her royal seat. Nor that her waist is as slim as a supermodel's. No. That all stays in the eye of the beholder. No. All of that stays in the background. The detail that struck me the most about her was her breasts are huge. Her breasts were so big, they seemed unreal to me. I have seen many breasts, never in person, large, but she makes all those breasts small. No, the word big is an understatement for her. The word huge is the polite one. Her short off-shoulder sleeves matched her dress, as the dress only covered up to her breasts. Those huge protuberances rested in tranquility, moving slightly as she breathed. On the other side, on the right side, sat a girl 20 times younger. Who must be her daughter? She is the spitting image of her mother with several years or decades of difference. The major difference is that her mother has a beauty mark under her lips while her daughter has a fringe covering her forehead. The princess was dressed just like her mother. Their breasts were smaller than her mother's, but the size was still large for a young girl. Unwillingly our eyes met, I averted them as it was the first time a girl had ever looked me in the face. But I couldn't avert my gaze forever, so as I returned to the front, she was looking at me with a cheek-to-cheek smile. Her rosy cheeks gave the impression of looking like a child. No doubt both mother and daughter were planetary-level beauties. The Queen spoke after everyone fell silent. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hero." I looked in the direction of the speaker, everyone else ducked their heads but me. "Hey!" I pointed towards me as I noticed the look on everyone's faces. You mean me, just in case?" "Of course I do. You are the chosen hero of legends." I did what anyone would do in this kind of situation. We went up from a place that seems to be the basement to the top. The old man followed the helper until I could walk better. We continued up to a huge red door. In it I saw a knight, yes, a knight in shining armor with a spear, which only in games and anime I saw. The knight opened the door and only me and the old man named Gregor entered, the others seemed to have gone back the way they came. The place we entered was much bigger and more colorful than the one we were in. A huge red carpet covered almost the entire size of the door. How did the knight manage to open it with only one hand? Does he use steroids? I felt very nervous, more so than when my classmates wrote ugly or stinky on my desk. The uncomfortable feeling was due to several old men in fancy suits watching me with strange whispers. It's him, isn't it? It must be. The chief court magician is standing next to him. He's uglier than I expected. His eyes are weird and black too. Hey, what the fuck was that last one? I swear I'll kill you. We pulled up to where a butler was standing. I recognized him instantly because his appearance reminded me so much of one. He was an old man, long hair tied up in a blue ribbon. The old butler said to me, "Do you know etiquette just in case?" No, sorry. That's all right, I'll inform Her Majesty, hold on a moment." The old butler went straight to the back of the carpet, which was covered with a very beautiful red veil with golden borders. After a while of seeming to talk to someone, the old butler came out and said, "All of you be quiet. Bow before Her Majesty the Queen, Barbara von Rosenberg. And her daughter, Her Highness the Crown Princess, Elisa von Rosenberg." Queen. Princess. The veil was removed as if it were a normal curtain and everyone present but me bowed. The moment the veil was removed, I swallowed saliva at what my eyes saw. On the left side, on a golden throne covered in diamonds, seated in a very refined and elegant manner was a woman in a red dress. The woman was clearly older than 30, her face reflected that. But even though she was an old woman, her face gave the impression that she was still young and also very beautiful. I could compare her to the women on TV shows who use Botox and their faces look like ugly dolls. Or those who appear in magazines that I like and have expensive surgeries. I am not a man who likes to talk about feminine care as I don't understand it, but to me, this woman is a very beautiful one. Her blonde hair was very long and reached almost to her feet. It looked like heavenly hair because of how shiny it was, a small crown on top of her head which gave her that queenly touch. Her eyes were beautiful, they were of a red color similar to cherries. But the most important detail about her was not her beautiful face or that her curves were so big that they completely filled the space of her royal seat. Nor that her waist is as slim as a supermodel's. No. That all stays in the eye of the beholder. No. All of that stays in the background. The detail that struck me the most about her was her breasts are huge. Her breasts were so big, they seemed unreal to me. I have seen many breasts, never in person, large, but she makes all those breasts small. No, the word big is an understatement for her. The word huge is the polite one. Her short off-shoulder sleeves matched her dress, as the dress only covered up to her breasts. Those huge protuberances rested in tranquility, moving slightly as she breathed. On the other side, on the right side sat a girl 20 times younger. Who must be her daughter? She is the spitting image of her mother with several years or decades of difference. The major difference is that her mother has a beauty mark under her lips while her daughter has a fringe covering her forehead. The princess was dressed just like her mother. Their breasts were smaller than her mother's, but the size was still large for a young girl. Unwillingly our eyes met. I averted them as it was the first time a girl had ever looked me in the face. But I couldn't avert my gaze forever, so as I returned to the front, she was looking at me with a cheek-to-cheek smile. Her rosy cheeks gave the impression of looking like a child. No doubt both mother and daughter were planetary-level beauties. The Queen spoke after everyone fell silent. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Hero." I looked in the direction of the speaker, everyone else ducked their heads but me. "Hey!" I pointed towards me as I noticed the look on everyone's faces. You mean me, just in case?" "Of course I do. You are the chosen hero of legends." I did what anyone would do in this kind of situation. I felt annoyed when she made me want to think that a latrine is better than a toilet. If I defeat the Demon King, what will happen to me? Will you kill me too? That's something they would almost never take into account in the novels I saw. When the hero defeats evil, what awaits him in the end? For that reason, several authors have come out with their own versions in which the world or the country they serve tries to kill them. This woman in front of me may be beautiful and as busty as she wants to be, but what if she wants to kill me? If she and her beautiful daughter or the old men in suits who must surely be ministers think I am a liability, will they be my enemies? That question is the most vital and important in a fantasy world. I looked into her face and she showed me an expression of dread such as no one could ever imagine. Why would we do something as horrible as that? No one would be stupid enough to kill their savior. Only a barbarian would. Please hero, just because we're from different worlds, don't think of us as if we were animals. Hey! I made a dumb face at that heartfelt response in tears. More than anything, seeing a mature beauty cry is very painful. I am sorry, but that's what I thought when it's all over. The Queen sat down and spoke to me something I never thought possible. Even if you are not of this world, you will still be our savior. As the Queen, it is my responsibility to treat with the utmost hospitality a guest who came in a forced manner towards us. My pride as a woman, as someone of royalty, but most of all as a human being, would make me feel repulsion towards someone who would try to harm our savior. Then she raised her voice for all to hear. Would anyone here present dare to harm the one who will save his life? If so, I will see to it that his family is destroyed, his property expropriated and he receives the worst of tortures. So, hero, I assure you in my name that when you defeat the Demon King, a life of luxury awaits you. Since you have no housing, you will stay to live in the palace as long as you wish. Please do not hold back in asking for whatever you want. Whatever I want? I unintentionally blurted out an honest comment. The Queen smiled and raised her hand. Yes. As long as it is in my power I will grant it, even if I wanted to. Moved her to point to her daughter. Even if you wish, I can offer you my daughter's hand as your wife. Wife. The princess at her side blushed, her head ducked and her shoulders lifted. In a low voice she said. I wouldn't mind if the hero took me as his wife. As she raised her head, her beautiful eyes looked at me tenderly. All this was so amazing that it made my heart pound. To all this, hero, there is something I never asked you. The Queen called out to me as I thought about having a big-breasted blonde beauty for a wife. Yes. Before I hear your answer. My answer is yes. I want the princess as my wife. I mean, I will agree to save this country. I briefly screwed up and said I accepted the princess, which she blushed heavily. Her response that I wanted her as my wife was very lovely. Really a beauty like her will be my wife? The Queen smiled at me. I am very glad that you accept, but we still don't know your name. Calling you hero alone is very awkward for us as it makes us feel like strangers. Right, since I can't go home, I must answer correctly. A heroic name, a name other than Shishigami Naoto who left the land in Japan. Yes, a worthy name for me. I am Razel Bartlett. I'll become a hero, and then, I'll do lewd things with big-breasted women while the country supports me. Just call me Razel. The title of hero is redundant now. The perfect life for someone like me. Short story Barbara's Memories. In a dingy office with a mountain of documents that were overdue debts, stood a beautiful older woman with blonde hair, red eyes, and huge breasts. She is Barbara, the villainous mother of the villainous Elise from this Otome game world. Barbara was sighing as she stirred her cup of coffee. She had been sleepless for several hours, trying to cover how to pay off a recent debt. This is bad, even if I ask for a loan or to be given more time, it would only make a new debt grow. That made her more depressed and she slumped down on her desk, resting her breasts before her to serve as pillows. Barbara sank her face into her breasts so she could feel something soft and not the cold wood. This is the worst. No. Of course there's something worse, that today just happens to be Valentine's Day. And for an old woman like me to spend it alone and bitter too. I swear that when you come back I'll kill you, Alvin. Barbara's ex-husband fled the country, leaving a debt impossible for her to pay. Deep down, she thought that one day her husband would come back begging for forgiveness, beat the hell out of him, then force him to pay the debt and finally let him go back to sleep in bed. Barbara was a woman who had known her ex-husband since childhood. They grew up together and she thought that meant having a destined person. But one day that image was shattered and only sadness arose. As she was trying to relax, she played with a pencil. Eli must have it better than me. She shouldn't worry about anything, just about living her teenage years in peace. Her daughter Elise, or Eli, was the legitimate heir to the duchy. She was betrothed to the third prince of the empire years ago. It was only a few times that Eli would go to the palace to play with the prince to better forge their relationship. But after getting into a large debt, she stopped going because of how expensive it was to travel from her home to the palace. And before she knew it, Barbara fell asleep. As the hours passed, someone entered the office and placed a blanket over her. It was her daughter. She was at the academy and due to a problem that occurred, she temporarily returned home. Eli sat close to her mother and started telling her about her school life. Where do I start? Well, it's not like there's anything important to say. Some girls in my classroom were the daughters of some of my father's associates. They ignore me due to the fact that they think I'll leave them in debt too. He, don't you think they're cretins? Then there are the teachers. Due to the fact that my education was not a first-class one, there is nothing I can do to answer the questions that according to the other kids are very simple. They make me feel like an idiot. Then there's the prince's group. I don't know what's wrong with him, but lately he's been very distant. Before we only spoke to each other a little, but now he seems to want to avoid me. I wonder if I did something wrong. Among them, the ones I dislike the most are Jake and Lambert. Oscar and Belange not so much, but those two are really irritable, especially Jake, since our houses have never gotten along well. And, to top it off, last week I had a chat with the student, a commoner at the academy. Can you believe it? Me neither. I think, if it had been the me from the past, just for fun I would have teased her. It makes me feel like an idiot to have thought it. And also, Eli gripped her mother's hand tightly at the next name she said. I met Razel again, the idiot who was the one who caused all my misfortune. I swear I'll beat him one day. Well, that was it, so rest well, Mom. I promise that, by the end of the semester, I will bring you good news. Here's your present I was supposed to give you, Daddy. Kiss. Eli gave her mother a kiss on the forehead before leaving the office. Barbara opened her eyes and then gave an answer to her daughter, which left. You shouldn't worry about me or the house. It's my business as the head of the territory. Besides, Razel? That's the first time I've heard that name. But for some reason, I think it's a nice name, Razel. If I'd had a son, I'd name him that. Phew. Gee, what a thing to say. I'd better get back to work. Barbara did not realize, that day she wished for something so strong, that surpassed the barrier of time and space, managing to meet days later this Razel. But that story will be for another time. Spin-off Razel Quest 2. Mission to Rosenberg Kingdom. My new name is Razel. Today I was summoned to another world, which is one of magic and fantasy. In this world, just like those mentioned in the light novels and anime I watch, it has a fight against the Demon King. After being summoned, I met the beautiful and busty Queen Barbara. She told me several things as she invited me to have tea with her daughter in the palace gardens. Apparently, the whole world was at peace, until one day, the king of the land of demons decided to attack humankind. It seems to be a territorial issue, as the demons reportedly ran out of their resources and are now looking for new ones. That makes sense compared to the attacks in novels where they attack just they want. 20 years ago the attack began. The demons came from their country, the land of demons, Onigashima, which is a continent. This country is located on a single continent. It is a small, third-rate country. 5 years after the demons took over the land of the elves, it is where the king, Barbara's husband, marched together with his army as the demon army was approaching the country. Unfortunately, the king died, as did his entire army. Barbara thought it would be the end of her, but thanks to a world power called the Arclight Empire, they were able to delay the demonic army and even push them back. Since then, it has been 15 years of a war where some try to advance and others try to stop them. That's why they summoned a hero. They wanted to end the war once and for all so that no more blood would be spilled. Sounds like a good story for a game or novel. The problem is that it is very dangerous for the demon army to enter human territory. Several countries, one called the Ideal Empire and a smaller one called Titania Holy Kingdom, have joined in this war. It is thanks to them that the word hero summoning came up and the Queen knew that something like that was in store here. I don't know what will happen if it gets out that I'm a summoned one. I'm a little afraid of that. I hope nothing bad happens. Back to the Queen. The garden is very beautiful, there are so many flowers with shapes I don't know and colors I never saw. But the most beautiful thing is the row of big-breasted maids around the table. They were all in a position that I would only expect from military men when showing discipline. Their uniforms consisted of the typical Victorian uniform. But with the fit of an ecchi anime style, the skirt was so short, their buttocks were almost as exposed as their underwear. The front part had a hole at the bottom and others had the hole at the top, her skin was shown. For a virgin like me, seeing so many beauties that meet my personal tastes is almost like being in heaven, if you add the Queen and her daughter, drinking tea in a refined and elegant way. But putting their big breasts on the table. Wonderful world this is despite having danger. The Queen turned to one of the busta maids. Cordelia. Yes, Your Majesty. Please pour me some more tea. Your Majesty. Approaching the table, the maid with the largest and bounciest breasts approached. Her long hair was emerald green tied in a refined ponytail, tied with a donut braid and 2 braids extending from her ears to that donut of hair. She wore glasses, but even with them her beautiful light green eyes were bright. Cordelia bent over, causing her breasts to sway a little. Even with those attributes hanging down, she was very elegant. Thank you. There's nothing to thank Your Majesty, it's my job. Likewise, it is the courtesy of royalty to thank you for a service. Thank you for your words. May I be excused? I don't see the problem, but first. Eli, don't you want some more tea? I'm fine, and you Hiro-sama? Princess Elise with her sweet smile called out to me, leaving aside her shapely and round breasts, her smile is more glowing, just thinking that she can be my wife. Makes me think that reality is better night material than I imagined. I must answer her, so, to observe those hanging breasts more, I'll say yes. Why yes please. It's a very delicious tea. And normally I don't drink tea, just soda, but it tastes very good. What's soda? The princess asked innocently. I forgot that I wasn't on a film set of some show but a real fantasy world. I answered her innocent curiosity. A soda is a very tasty carbonated beverage, it's like putting water together with something that makes bubbles and then a topping to give it more flavor. The result is very delicious. Wow, that sounds like a wonderful drink. I'd like to try one someday. Me too. Wait, my suitcase came with me, it's amazing I forgot. Sorry, when I was summoned, a bag came with me. Bag. The Queen as well as the maids were confused, so I explained the shape. They seemed to recognize it already. Oh, that black leather bag. Yes, we have it in check by our knights to see if there is nothing dangerous. I'm sorry, but those are regulations. I understand, I'd just like to see it since there are things inside that might be useful. In that case we'll go after your test. Test? I was really curious about that, so I was a bit interested. Yes. The magic attitude test. In this world magic is divided into 7 elements. Fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning. There are 2 extra types which are light magic, which is healing magic, and darkness magic with which curses can be made. The latter two are special as it is very rare to find people with them. So you are born with those abilities. Usually so, but in your case I'd like to know what element you have. According to the book, the summoned one acquires special abilities. Special abilities. That mean, cheat skills. That sounds good, let's go when we're done eating. Servant Cordelia sent me a murderous look when I spoke as if I was going to address my mother. I am sorry. I'm not familiar with royal etiquette. The queen put her hand to her mouth, letting out a delighted laugh. Yufu, don't worry hero I mean, Razel kun. We know from the moment you saw me you didn't lean that in your world manners must be different. I am sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about, we'll teach you about them when we get everything ready. For now, act normal, it's very interesting for us to see the behavior of someone from another world. Thank you very much. Your Majesty. Yufu, call me Barbara only. Be Barbara. I felt a little embarrassed to call her by name. Tea time proceeded without discomfort. Once tea time was over we headed to a special room. In that room a group of people were gathered. Among them was the same old man by the name of Gregor, the old butler, and the one who stood out the most among them was a little old man. Barbara turned to the old butler. Glenn, is everything ready? Yes, Your Majesty, everything is more than ready. Good. By the way. Barbara turned to look at me and then pointed to the old butler. This man is my right hand, the chief butler of all servants, Glenn Whiteberg. A pleasure to formally meet you, Hero Razel. The old butler introduced himself formally. It makes me feel a bit embarrassed to see him bow to show his greetings. I also regret his late introduction. This is Cordelia Evans, head of all the maids in my other hand. Nice to meet you, hero. The maid leaned in, that made her breasts jiggle, thank you very much. Finally, the small man approached. So you're the hero, hey. The small man was bald and gave the impression of a snake. Barbara introduced him. He is the right-hand man of my late husband, the Prime Minister, Gerrit von Olgren. Nice to meet you, Hero Razel. I hope you can help us end this war. Despite speaking honest and sincere words, this little man didn't give me a bad feeling. Is it because he's just as ugly as me? No, he's uglier and balder. Usually bald guys with wicked looks are always evil, so I can't be so stereotypical. A pleasure. Let's not waste time on introductions, let's get to what we all want to know. Please place your hand on this jewel. He called a kind of very large blue pearl a jewel. It looked like a human head because of its shape. The queen said. Please put your hand on the jewel. I listened to her and put my hand on the jewel. After doing so, a great light shone which illuminated the whole room. I removed it after that. Gregor is reading something that looks like fax paper coming out of the back of the jewel. Hey, isn't that pretty surreal? Oh. Said the old man, making everyone curious. Well. Olgren said, making me feel scared for a moment. It reminded me of novels where this exact situation happened and everyone had hopes for the hero, but then something came out that made him look like the most useless of them all and he was discarded. I'm afraid of that coming out. But when he spoke, I was really shocked. It's lightning attribute. That's good, isn't it? Then, why do they look scared? The voices they said even scared me more. Oh no. That means she will train him. I feel sorry for him, he'll die on the first day. He would have better had a dark one so he could use the revive dead spell. Even the queen was nervous. Of all the elements it had to be just that one, no doubt Christina will know this. Who is Christina and why do they look terrified? Hey, seriously, who is she and why do they look like that? Don't scare me too. Spin-off Razel Quest, 3. Mission 3 Manners. After being told that my magic attribute was lightning, I was happy. I possessed magic, that's good. The problem was that they were apparently terrified of some Christina who would find out about this. After leaving that room, the queen told me to wait in this separate room. I stood there as if I were a lost child waiting for his parents. A while passed and the maid Cordelia along with a group of maids entered the room. Cordelia spoke on their behalf. Hero Razel-sama, the commander of the knights requests your presence. The commander. Yes. Lady Christina requested that you be ready as soon as possible. With your permission. Both Cordelia and the other maids approached me, and began to undress me. No. The one who let out that pathetic scream was me. It was the first time in my life that something like this happened. I told them that it's okay, I can do it myself, but they insisted by saying it's our job as maids to dress the guests. Don't worry, we've seen it all. Those words didn't help to keep me from being embarrassed. After pulling down my pants and underwear, I could feel a glance at my lower half. The gaze of all the maids focused on my little soldier. I even noticed how one of them bit her lip. What was that? They dressed me normally, however, never leaving the gaze to my pants. I felt more uncomfortable than excited. My clothes were the opposite of a physical education uniform. It was leather clothing with tights and armor in some areas. A maid with pigtails told me to accompany her to the palace garden. As I entered I visualized 3 people, 2 of them were the queen and her daughter, the last person I didn't know. But she certainly made me swallow my breath. A beautiful woman who was almost 2 meters tall. Her appearance was something that only in video games and eki anime would exist. Her body was almost naked, her outfit was nothing more and nothing less than an armor bikini. Yes, an armor bikini, such a thing that would put even the strongest cosplayer to shame. The bottom was visible but hidden in a thin transparent veil which hung from a skirt that seemed to cover only her butt. Her belly was fully exposed, marking her slim waist, but strong muscles. The most impressive part was the front. She had breasts just as huge as the queen, only these were held in place and pressed by the bikini, giving the sensation of being large breasts. Her shoulder pads with long white cape, bracer, and knee pads were the only pieces of metal covering her body. But the most striking detail was not the body, but the face. A beautiful woman with moon-clear skin, full red lips and closed eyes with long eyelashes. Her beautiful blonde hair was so long that it almost reached the floor. Halfway down the length of that blonde hair, the yellow color changed radically to green. From the height of her shoulders her hair was tied in a long braid. Her forehead was exposed and on the side of her hair a flower-shaped brooch as an accessory. But the best of all were her pointed ears, the clear sign that she is an elf. She was certainly a beautiful woman. Because I was gawking at her, I didn't notice her approach. Even though I shouldn't be able to see, she was looking at me as if she was analyzing me. The way she was touching me was just like that of a professional tailor. When she finished groping my body, she slapped me on the back and said, "Yes, it's a good body. You've trained it well, it shows, but it's a body not developed for battles, so it's useless. Don't worry, you will become a brave warrior who can kill his enemies with his bare hands." Hey? Sorry, I don't understand anything. The queen explained to me in a sad tone. Razel-kun, let me introduce her to you. She is the commander of all the knights, Christina, the sword princess. Just as her name says, she is a princess from the land of the elves, which is in the domain of the demons. Because they left their home, she came to live together with other elves in this country. A true female knight, who also possesses large breasts. I certainly couldn't ask for anything better. But for some reason, as she smiles, she doesn't look happy at the mention of her. Christina is also known as one of the Sword Saints, the strongest knights in the world. It's like the queen said, hero. Christina approached me and gently, but with great strength placed her hand on my shoulder. I'll make you into a great warrior. After all, lightning attribute users are the best at attacking at high speeds, which is what we need. Her hand squeezed me so tightly, despite touching me lightly. Don't worry, with my super scary hellish training I will make you an excellent soldier, now come on hero. Muscle training is the best. Hold on, let me at least. Ah! Christina lifted me up and then carried me like luggage. She was so strong that I felt helpless. I'm scared, I don't want to train. Help me. I can't take it anymore. I want to die. It's been 2 weeks since instructor Christina took me as an apprentice. I thought it would be a hellish training. The word hellish fits her so short it's laughable in fact. There is no word to describe what happened. She made me eat insects and take their life essence as food and water, she forced me to sleep under the rain, under the embracing sun I had to carry her on my back while sitting on a stone chair. Worst of all, that was the soft part. We returned to the palace for a convocation. We were in the mountains, really generic heroes I envy them. Because they are idiots, they don't need to train. I want to be like them. The only good thing about that training is that sometimes she would sit on my back after forcing me to do push-ups with only one finger, which was fractured several times. Being able to feel her soft, big buttocks was a treat, but the pain in my finger was greater. Or when it was her turn to do push-ups or stretches and her breasts swung wildly, which I couldn't enjoy much because my feet were on hot rocks. No doubt this call is a lifesaver. I want to run away, I want to go home. You look very exhausted, Hiro-sama. A sweet voice spoke to me. I was in a garden around the palace, sitting on a bench as if I was a man defeated by life looking at the sky while drooling over this gentle breeze and the top of a tree blocking out the sun. I answered her despite not even having the strength to speak. Gee, good morning Princess Elise. It is a pleasure to be able to see you today. Her giggle gave me a heartbeat as she answered me. The pleasure is all mine, Hiro-sama. Are you free right now or waiting for someone? I am free, I was told to wait until the commander returns. That's good. Would you mind joining me for tea time? For nobles, or royalty, tea time is an obligatory time that must be observed. It is part of the noblesse oblige, a social or political matter. I had nothing better to do and no doubt having tea and cookies with a beauty would be best. So I agreed. I would like that very much, princess. Please call me Eli. But that's rude. Yufu, okay, only a select group of people are allowed to call me that. And you are one of the select few. That a beautiful girl would allow me to call her in such a personal way, that's wonderful. I understand. Eli. Thank you, let's have tea. Eli's smile was so beautiful that it made my heart flutter. So you went through all that. In one of the palace's many gardens, one that was in a greenhouse, Eli and I came for tea. As we walked, she intertwined her arms with mine, managing to get my arm buried in her breasts. After we arrived, a group of maids had cups of tea and sweets ready for us. There were only 2 seats, which means she knew I would accept as normally tea time is for several guests and not just between 2 people, that's more intimate I heard. I was telling Eli all about what I went through with the Busta commander. She laughed a lot. It was the first time I had ever had a conversation with a girl, and a nice one at that. I thought several times that she just wanted to make fun of me or have me as an object of scorn like my classmates. Eli was so grateful, but I could see her breasts. Truly, that's 2 big globes she had. A teenage girl with such a large front was a blessing. Hiro-sama. What's wrong? You look droopy, are you all right? Why yes, it's just that I'm really tired and I'd really like to sleep in a bed. I see, in that case, would you allow me to help you? Help me? Yes, I don't think they've shown you the customs here yet. No. They haven't been able to yet. What else? But don't worry. I'll do it, come with me. Hey. Eli reached over and took my hand, lifting me up we went to a bench to sit down. When we got there, she hugged me and placed my head on her soft, big cleavage. Feeling better? Huh. Why is she hugging me like that? Does I like her? Is an ugly simpleton like me your love interest? Thank you so much. My head was in the clouds, I couldn't feel the sensation of her breasts on my face because I couldn't process this. Then she said to me. Do you dislike her at all? No, absolutely not. I like it. Giggles. I'm really glad. When you feel bad, just tell me and I'll be sure to show you more of the Rosenberg Kingdom's hospitality. Then hospitality. That really caught my attention. I removed my head from her breasts to ask her. What do you mean by hospitality? I was the one who asked the question, but Eli looked at me as if I had said the weirdest thing in the world. It's just that, normally. Rather, in my world for a girl to lay a man on her bust is something impossible to imagine. Eli leaned to the side as he answered me. Why? It's weird that, for that reason I find that behavior strange. Really? But it's the usual here. Hey. For a moment my brain was just like computers when they are loading some heavy program. After a while, my processing resumed. Does that sound weird to you? Of course. I guess in your world, traditions must be weird. But here it's normal that way. After all, it is a duty of women whether noble or commoner, in using her breast to soothe and relax the man. Something so wonderful that's real. Blessed are the worlds of fantasy. Yes. Never wondered why in the palace there are so many women and also they all possess a big bust? Well, yes. It's like she says, in the palace there are more female knights and maids than old men. The men I have seen are only old men. I haven't seen young men, let alone boys. Because of the war, almost all of our young and old men have lost their lives, leaving a critical situation. For that reason is that there are more jobs for women, we are in a shortage of young men, for that reason my mother, the Queen, issued a new law that is beneficial to the people and the men. And that is. The next thing she said, was enough to thank the Queen for life. The plan of life, total harem. It consists in that, if a man is interested in several women, he can take them all, of course, only if his economy allows it. It would be horrible if he has nowhere to eat or sleep, that creature. By the way, that a man desires to have several women does not mean that the woman will be his just because of that. Only if the woman is interested in a man can she agree to be in a harem. Everything must be consensual. I understand something, but that doesn't explain the breasts. Right, my bad. To make it short. All of us women are blessed with very lush cleavage. Eli said as she pulled her breasts close to me, even poking her fingers in to try to spread them apart and show what great hours. I could hear for the first time the sound of my saliva running down my throat. By having such a large breast, it means that the woman is fertile, she will be able to breastfeed not only her children but also several children. It is a gift from the goddess as in having a baby. As a woman and part of royalty, it is my obligation to have descendants and support my country. At first I thought about being the hero's female companion, but after spending a little time together, I discovered that I'm really interested in you, hero, no, Razel. Eli was looking at me with loving eyes which made along with what she said, the blood rush to my head and proceed to swoon. Razel? Razel. It was a nice day, but I ended up passing out from blood loss. Crossover number 1. Collaboration works. World Ixion/Saga X reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. First contact. This must be the way. I was asked to come to this hotel as a major merchant wanted to do business with me. The place was very nice, I found a sign that said my name. I walked in and it was a very elegant bar. The bartender was a young man with black hair. I walked over and sat down, I said to the bartender. Give me a strong, expensive drink. Sounding as cool as possible. With a smile like that of a child, no, his face was that of one so I worry about his age that he is one too. He poured me my orange-colored drink. After drinking some I spit it out to the side. I spilled all the liquid on a strange dragon-shaped toy, which it was wiping off, very weird all around. For some reason it looked at me in a threatening way and I apologized. Ixion wasn't available so I came alone, I didn't even bring the girls. It's really boring to wait. Welcome, said the bartender to a new customer. I unintentionally looked at him. If I was rated average with my black hair and eyes with scary face, this guy had an ugly face and small eyes. Razel. The Imperial Palace made me come to this hotel as they wanted me to be the escort of a foreign visitor to show him around the capital. Upon arrival I found it to be more enormous than expected. I went to a fancy bar as my name was written on a sign. I sat down and before ordering something, I looked at the person next to me. He was a young man almost similar to me. The difference was that my body was more toned thanks to the vampire queen. I ordered a drink. As I drank it I realized that I didn't like alcohol. I left it for a moment to wait until I liked the taste. Not counting the bartender, the only people present were me and this guy. The awkward silence I don't like as I'm not good at socializing. I would have told Cid to join me. Did you like it? He spoke to me. Normally this would scare me if it was even Naoto, but it still scared me a little. I answered him so as not to make him uncomfortable. Why yes, it tastes good, but I'm not used to alcohol despite being of age. I understand you, I feel that way too. Drinking alcohol is good when you work long hours, although I don't enjoy it now. Oh, I see. But aren't you drinking one now? He seemed to be panicking, waving his hands from side to side he said. I just got sick and now if I drink it, it makes me nauseous. That's why I spoke like that, he. Oh, I understand, it really is horrible. Yeah. Brutal. It really scared me. I almost confessed that I was a reincarnate. I really did get scared. I should change the conversation to another topic, which, oh I know. Hey, this may seem personal coming from a stranger, sorry I forced myself to introduce myself. I'm Rudel from the Altfode Kingdom. The boy answered me from the same. Nice to meet you, I'm Razel from the Arclight Empire. Oh, he comes from an empire, near the Queen's country there is one too. I hope you are not neighbors. Well since we are no longer strangers, I ask you, do you have a girlfriend? It may seem strange, but I see by the medal you have on your shirt is that you are an ascended noble. It's like you say, I'm a newly promoted count. Really? Me too, though I'm not only one, I'm also considered a minister and a hero. The boy's expression was the same as it would be if he met someone my age saying that. That's amazing, but, if you're a hero, does that mean you've killed? That subject I don't like to broach, but for some reason I feel like I can tell him how I feel. It's like you say, I'm a hero because I killed so many. The number I couldn't count, but I know their families must know. Did you do it because you had to, or because there was no other choice? Everything that happened was because of those idiots. I had to do it. If I didn't, the important people in my life would have had horrible things happen to them or died. I will never say I will regret what I did, it would be an insult to those I killed. And even if I had to do the same thing over again, I would accept it. I don't trust others to have such a huge responsibility. I understand. Razel told me that. Razel. I understand what Rudel is referring to, I told him since we are almost the same. In my case it's a little different. You seem to really be affected by that. The first time I killed was a rabbit, then came people. I don't remember how many I've killed, I just remember that many of them were horrible people. Remember this, you are not a bad person, bad people are those who want to hurt your loved ones. For that reason, I am a guardian among the shadows. When I woke up in this strange Otome game world, I understood that, thanks to the plot of the game, my future as well as everyone's future is in danger. I want to protect all of them, that's why I made the decision to kill my enemies. I will never feel pity for them, if I do, that could influence the future that I want to avoid. I put my hand on Rudel's shoulder and with my best smile I told him. If you have to take another's life to protect your own, never put your head down, it's the world that's wrong, not us, kick that motherfucker's ass if you get the chance. Both. Rudel was a bit gleeful at what Razel told him, as if he was embarrassed that he didn't understand something as simple as that. He put his finger under his nose. Sorry. Well, with the important thing, do you have a girlfriend? Razel answered after counting. Rudel didn't understand until he told him. I have 10 women, well 9, one of them scares me since she's from the wolf clan. They are all beautiful, they love me and their breasts are huge. Rudel's ear grew at the last thing Razel said. Why you all have big breasts? I think most of them are above a D cup. Rudel said to Razel. You have a harem, don't you? In that case, I have 2, currently there are 6, well, recently a problem happened with Saris so there are 5, although 2 of them are secret. Why are they secret? There's nothing worse than hiding your girlfriends from another, right, Barbara and Amy, forget what I said. Hey? Well, the thing is, I love my girlfriends dearly, I just don't want to hurt them. But if you have girls hiding from them, that's bad, isn't it? It may seem that way, but the reality is I wouldn't want them to cry. I've already had a problem with that. Razel told Rudel the truth he deserved. Are you an idiot? If you love them, you shouldn't hide them. Sooner or later they'll find out. I know, it's just that I'm a little scared of their reactions. In that case you should take charge. You're the man they love, if you have more women you should tell them. In my case, Eli told me that if I have women, they should be non-awful women. I get the point, the thing is I'm one of those who overthink one thing. That's why my problems go on too long. In that I can only wish you luck. Thank you for the talk, it was better than I expected. Rudel-sama, please come. A hotel employee called Rudel, he said goodbye to Razel. It was nice meeting you, it's sad to say goodbye. Likewise, until next time Rudel. Until another, Razel. Rudel went on his way. Razel was about to leave as well to look for the visitor until the bartender said. Mr. Customer, the bill. Right. After receiving the value of his drink, he noticed that the value was greatly exaggerated. Moreover, not only was he being charged for his, Rudel's as well. Razel from the bottom of his heart. That son of a Cursed Rudel. And so ends this encounter of the protagonists of their respective worlds. But it will continue. Crossover number 2. Collaboration works. World Ixion/Saga X reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. Science vs magic. Underscore 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 underscore. In the luxurious hotel was Amy watching a magic show. She was wearing a beautiful dress the color of her eyes. On the balcony where she stood, a luxurious drink was deposited. She watched as people marveled at such a spectacle. But to her it was boring. With such a cheap level of illusion they call it magic. Pathetic to see how humans have denigrated it to such an absurd point. I agree. Amy turned her gaze to the one who answered her. It was a grey sphere with a red lens. It was Ixion who was sitting next to her. Amy felt strange to see a sphere floating like talking. Hey? What's this? Nice to meet you, I'm Ixion, an artificial intelligence. Hey? Nice to meet you, I'm Amy, a half-elf. HOH, so this is what they call a half-human? Fascinating. Well, I'm certainly one, but not that I care much for it. Ixion's red lens reacted to those words. For a race similar to humans, but with a slight characteristic, it really is fascinating how you despise both yours and humans. Ixion was approaching. Amy used her hand to stop him. I have never felt attachment to humans or to my own species. In fact, my memories of my childhood are hazy. That's why I don't care about either humans or elves. I'm only interested in living for him. Him. Amy intertwined her fingers together and in a very romantic tone said to Ixion. All I care about is living for the sake of Razel-sama. There is nothing that interests me more than helping him with his goal of saving this world. I'm also his wife. Nothing would make me happier than once our goal is accomplished, we can live together. Spit. Ixion made a sound similar to spitting. Amy frowned as Ixion gave her the interpretation of mocking her dream. What was that? Nothing. It just reminded me a bit of my situation with the master. I'll be tied to him forever, I'll even have to take care of his children, I just hope they're not disappointing like him. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I certainly won't tolerate you speaking ill of me, Razel-sama. Treating a human with such respect despite saying you didn't care about humans. That is very contradictory and demeaning. A vein was marking itself on Amy's forehead. For a floating sphere you sure have a sharp mouth. I don't have a mouth, I speak through a sound player that configures words to express them. Are you making fun of me? You're not the master to do that, I just meant you need to flesh out your expressions better. If you want I can help you, after all, nothing is impossible for science. Amy raised an eyebrow as she heard Ixion boast about bragging about science. Oh? So you're saying science is better than magic? I'm not saying it. It's a fact. An awkward silence emanated in the air. Amy raised her hand. A magic circle manifested on the ground. Both Ixion and Amy disappeared to appear in the sky. Ixion watched as he appeared in a different place than he was. Amy was showing him off as she placed her arms under her large breasts. Well? How do you like the power of magic level 6? Ixion looked at the surroundings, not giving it any importance. An object was coming down from the sky. It was his main body. Let me show you a real means of transportation. What is that thing? This is the power of science. A magic circle appeared in mid-air. It engulfed the entire ship. After devouring it, in a slightly more secluded place it appeared again. Amy was speechless. What? This is the power of science. Look. Once again it vanished and reappeared near them. Amy manifested her anger. It's impossible for something like this to overcome me. Actually, magic is a mathematical formula. So it can be replicated. Thank you for helping me improve further. Don't make fun of me. Amy manifested several magic circles around them. This is level 7 and 8 magic. You can't replicate this. HOH? Are you challenging me? Battler appeared behind Ixion. Magic will always be inferior to science. Science is superior in every aspect, I am a product of it. Lightning bolts of various colors were shot out. Amy was launching both fireballs and ice flows. Battler manifested magic circles which brought out cannons and fired endlessly. The battle between magic and science began, but likewise ended a few hours later. Amy ended up exhausted while Ixion was losing energy. Both were at their limit. Amy gasped as Ixion watched. This won't stay like this. Rest assured. I will never let you assume that magic is inferior. I agree to leave it a draw. Magic has been an opponent, I say this time. I will look forward to our next match. They both left to find their masters. Amy upon seeing Razel. Razel-sama, give me a hug. She went to want to be pampered. She didn't go with all her power, she wanted to look for a chance for Razel to take care of her. While Ixion seeing Rudel. Why so happy? It was an exciting day. Once again I was able to demonstrate the superiority of science, no doubt it's boring to have to make fun of you when there's nothing to do. You're such a... Ixion didn't really care about Amy, he just wanted to waste time until Rudel returned so he could mock him. It was a draw for science and magic, but a win for both. Crossover number 3. Collaboration works. World Ixion/Saga X reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. 2 flowers. Underscore 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 underscore. In the middle of a crowd inside a convention center, there was Ari. She was looking for Elisa, they came together, but got separated. Ari was a little anxious, she didn't know anyone, but having gotten lost due to being very curious about a household item she had never seen, she didn't know how to look for Elisa. She was sitting in a square, a lot of people were there, Ari wanted to cry, but she didn't as then she wouldn't be any good at being able to run errands alone. Sorry. A girl was talking to her, Ari lifted her downcast face and looked at the girl. She was a beautiful girl with blonde hair like hers, only her eyes were so different, Ari's were blue and that girl's were like the color of a lake. She was Lily. Lily was more scared than Ari. Seeing her, Ari said. Yes. Have you seen a girl with long blonde hair and red eyes around here? Hey. Hearing that description, Ari immediately thought of Elisa, she said to Lily. I am looking for a girl like that too. Really? Yes. Do you mind if we look for them together? With a cheek-to-cheek smile, Lily brightened. Thank you very much, may I know your name? Iristina, but the most important people in my life call me Ari. You can call me that if you wish. Nice to meet you, Ari-san, I'm Lily. Nice to meet you, Lily-san. He. Both of them laughed in the same charming way, they went to search together for that person they wanted to see so much. Since they couldn't find that person, they decided to sit at a place dedicated to sculptures. Ari brought Lily a drink due to that person she was looking for had her money. Here. Thank you. They sat down to wait for the crowd to thin out a bit. Lily asked. Ari-san. Yes. You said you were in my situation too, aren't you afraid? In Ari's head, certain memories came. It was in her first year at the academy, many bad and good things happened. But what without Ari most remember is what she experienced with them, with her friends. With a cheek-to-cheek smile she said. That's because I'm lucky, even if bad things happen to me, I'm sure they will help me. They. My friends, the people who mattered to me entirely in my life. Without them I would still be on a dark path unable to fend for myself. I'm scared right now though, I guess being a commoner I'm too scared of things different from what I'm used to, he. Looking at her, Lily thought. Wow, she's totally different from me, despite going through so much, I'm still the same. I want to be stronger so I can protect Mom and the others, but especially Eli-chan and Razel-kun. Okay, I decided. Lily stood up and looked at Ari. Thank you so much for your help, you really helped me a lot. I appreciate it, but I have to go. That person is waiting for me. Ari likewise smiled at him. I was thinking the same thing, I can't stay here waiting for her to show up. I wish you luck in your future, Lily-san. Thank you very much, I'll try my best to be useful to everyone. Lily made a fighting sign and waved goodbye to Ari, running off to find her special someone. Ah, there you are. Ari. A voice called out to her from behind, turning to look, she found Elisa. Turning to see her, she smiled at her. Elisa, I've been looking for you. That's my line. The discomfort showed on her face, Elisa was really very worried. I'm the one who's been looking for you and couldn't find you. You had me really worried. Sorry, but it won't happen again. From today I'll try to be braver. Elisa smiled at her friend's decision. Really, what happened to you all of a sudden? Nothing. I just met someone who made me see that I shouldn't be afraid. At the same time, but in a more secluded place. It was almost dark. A girl was approaching at high speed to hug Lily. Lily on. You had me really worried. Her friend and sister by name, Eli, arrived, moving the crowd of people with her magical power. She threw herself at Lily, which she hugged and cuddled like a puppy. You had me really worried, you silly girl. I thought you were kidnapped. Don't you ever do that to me again, do you hear? Lily, who was being squeezed on Eli's breasts, pulled her face away to tell her. I'm fine, actually. This helped me quite a bit. Hey. I'll be more confident in myself from now on. I'll stop relying on others and focus on being useful to everyone. Seeing her say that, Eli said. I don't want to. I want you to depend on me. Otherwise, it won't do any good for me to be the big sister. Hey? But please let me be the big sister longer. Eli started crying, being comforted by her sister. No one could think that the crying girl was the big sister. But, this is a story for another time. Crossover number 4. Collaboration works. World Ixion/Saga X reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. Same coin but different side. Underscore 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 underscore. A fancy restaurant was the location where a certain girl arrived. The restaurant was new. They were asked exclusively to certain people to come and try their services, which went at certain times of the day. In the evening she arrived. A beautiful girl with tied blonde hair and red eyes. It was Elisa, who was greeted in a perfect style, guided to a table and seated in the manner that a high-status noble should receive. She was handed the menu. In a very elegant way she reviewed the contents. She could simply ask for the best of the menu or a recommendation, but she wanted to review each dish. She was served imported tea with a perfectly folded napkin. Elisa thought as she stirred her tea with a little sugar. Everything is perfect. It's certainly a great job. Just a few more steps and my grade will be perfect. That was Elisa's thought, but after 5 minutes of waiting, she began to despair. I understand the delay, but I'm really bored. Thanks to meeting Rudel and Ari, Elisa's life changed forever. She was bored as she started to enjoy life with them, so being without company was boring. I should have brought Rudel or Ari. But he had business to attend to and she was practicing her magic. I didn't want to bother them, but really, I'm so bored. Excuse me, Miss Customer. Yes. Elisa was called by a waiter. He told her the following. The other tables are occupied, would you mind sharing yours with a newly arrived customer? I don't mind at all. Thank you for your understanding. The waiter indicated that it was perfect for the customer to come. Shortly a beautiful girl similar to Elisa arrived, only her blonde hair was loose covering her forehead, the red color of her eyes was more similar to a cherry. She was Elise or Eli as her family called her. Eli sat across from Elisa. She greeted her politely. Good evening, thank you for letting me sit. Don't worry. It's the normal thing to do when this happens. The politeness of both of them showed that they were not the daughters of a family of dukes for nothing. After sitting down, Eli looked at the menu, Elisa looking at her intently. I've never seen her around here before. Not even at social events, could she be a foreigner? Eli was calmly waiting for her food as Elisa began to despair. Her fingers were lightly touching the table while her legs overlapped each other every now and then. Eli was the one who broke the awkward silence. Excuse me? Why yes. Elisa replied worriedly. Eli told her the most obvious thing in the world. Do you bother waiting for the food? Elisa was surprised by what Eli told her. She tried to deny it, but Eli showed her the expression that left Elisa speechless. The truth is, it bores me. Eli showed an expression of utter boredom. even placing her elbows on the table as she squeaked. I only came because my mother ordered me to. I'd rather be at home receiving love from my fiancé. But as the daughter of a duke I have duties to do. Hey! Elisa was confused, but of course, she thought, thanks to Eli, she could have a good time for now. Well, it's certainly as you say. I'm feeling a little bored, but I'm just not normally like this. Just, that thanks to them my life is different. In what way? You see. Elisa told her about everything she lived together with her friends, the good and bad times, even the war, and about Lucy. Eli answered her. I see, you've certainly been through a lot. It's a bit like my situation. What was your problem? Well. Eli told her about her life. Elisa's face was in shock as she heard what happened to her with her father and what Prince Regulus did to her. She clenched her fist to show how outraged she was. It really is the worst. You have my amazement at how you could withstand all that. It was nothing, since he was there for me. Eli wiggled her spoon, her flushed cheeks showing how cheerful she was as she said. Thanks to him, everything bad that happened in my life was erased in a second. I got a sister and my household went back to the way it was before. For that I am grateful. Thanks to that misfortune I am happier than before. Elisa answered her with the same smile Eli was showing. We are the same. Thanks to that unfortunate day, I got something irreplaceable. I would never dare to change it despite being offered the opportunity. Sorry for the delay, here are your orders. The waiter arrived with both their orders. The girls enjoyed their meal. Once they finished they retired. Eli chatted with Elisa. It was a most gratifying scene. Thank you so much for joining me, Lady Alice Lottie. Likewise, Lady Elise. Your company was most enjoyable. I wish I could repeat this. With a smile on her cheek, Eli said. Yes. I too would like to converse more with you. Both girls smiled, proving that villainesses can have the same fate to misfortune, but be saved. Crossover number 5. Collaboration works. World Ixion/Saga X reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. Female friends of the same age. Underscore 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 underscore. A new pastry shop just opened. Many women of different statuses were coming to eat there. Standing in line was Lisha. Normally she would be being guarded by her bodyguards, but the place was protected by her own security so they were unnecessary. Lisha wanted to try the desserts at this place. She had heard they were super deluxe. Her instincts told her that just one taste was enough. Upon entering, she was amazed by the decor. Everything hinted that it was a place for young girls. She felt embarrassed to be an older woman. She did not want to take home the dessert, just eat it here. She wanted to spend some time alone for herself. Lisha told a rabbit-eared waitress to take her to a table. The waitress wailed as she said, I'm sorry, but all the tables are taken. I see. The expression on Lisha's face was so sad that the waitress didn't want to see her like that. Please allow me to check if there is someone who will allow you to accompany her. Lisha could use her queenly authority, but that would be overkill. After a few moments, the waitress came running over. Someone agreed to share her table. This way please. Really? Thank you so much. Lisha's smile made the waitress blush despite being a girl. Lisha followed to the table. At it sat a beautiful older woman just like her. Both of their hair was a long blonde, the difference was their eyes. Lisha's were blue while the seated woman's were red. She looked up at Lisha with a smile. Her beauty mark under her lip gave her a touch of mature charm. Lisha thanked her before sitting down. Thank you so much for sharing the table with me. You're welcome. Rather, it's the normal thing to do when we're both older women in a place of only young girls. Lisha blushed, for the woman. Barbara, she was right. She looked around the place and there were just lots of beautiful young women and slim waists. She felt embarrassed as they were all young and possibly chaste. Barbara ordered, Lisha was shocked at what she thought. I'll order. This one please. The dessert she chose was one for couples. The chocolate maid was blessed with a wish for you and your partner to be happy. It was popular for that reason. Lisha was embarrassed after reading the description, she just picked the tastiest looking one. Barbara after laughing asked her. Is it for you and your husband? I wish it was, but my husband and I are on the worst terms. I see. Are you thinking of your lover? A lover. Something like that is. Not me. Actually Lisha stammered as she tried to disguise the obvious. Barbara after taking a sip of her tea said. I understand that your situation with your husband is going badly, in fact, mine is just as bad if not worse than yours. Really, might I know why? Well. Barbara told her story to Lisha. After she finished hearing it, she cried. Hey! Barbara couldn't believe how this mature woman like her, cried like a little girl. Crying. It's really horrible what your husband did to you. If I were in your situation I certainly wouldn't know what to do. That may be, but it's actually thanks to a certain person that everything got better. Whose? Barbara felt embarrassed and turned around several times before leaning close to Lisha's ear and murmuring. You see, my lover is. Hey! You are the mistress of your daughter's fiancé. Shut up! Barbara covered her mouth. Lisha, who was very upset, after seeing that the stares of the other clients were no longer on her. She said to her. I know how it may sound, but the relationship I have with him is something we both talked about. At first it was just for him to vent, a man with a lot of sexual desire is bad. I have no problem with him and my daughters having their intimate time, but I wouldn't want them to end up pregnant before marriage. I want them to graduate without a problem and my grandchildren to be born after acquiring the family name. Besides. Barbara wiggled from side to side with a smile on her face. He says he loves me, will protect me and make me happy. Hearing all that I gave in and well, the best part is that I can feel how much he wants me. I'm sure my daughters will have healthy babies since he makes sure to take all the pills to have the vitamins and proteins their body needs. Also, instead of sounding like a girl in love she sounded like a succubus. He has already tamed my body, my insides were already molded to his shape and every time he takes me I can feel how he turns me into his woman, in fact, I used my mouth today too. Wah, stop. I get it. Don't keep going any further, please. Barbara's drooling stopped after hearing Lisha, who was embarrassed to the point of looking like her face was a tomato. She stammered. Something like that. He's certainly a nice guy and despite everything he's told me I haven't disliked him, he'll even look after Liam in the future, I should be happy about that, but still. Right, how is your special man? Lisha became more embarrassed, her expression was just like that of a shy little girl. Barbara felt a shot when Lisha said. Well, he used to tease me at first, every time we saw each other he would blurt out lustful comments towards my body. I didn't mind him telling me I looked pretty and that he liked my waist. Even he had the nerve in front of my husband, my son, and the ministers to say that he lusted after my breasts, that left me so overwhelmed that I didn't know how to react. That's sexual harassment. No doubt that boy is a big pervert. Hey? If you didn't know him, I understand why you would say that. But you see, that facet aside, he's really someone who cares about you. Lisha told her everything Rudel did so far. Barbara couldn't believe what he did either, it's almost as if Razel was on a lower rung than him. After she finished telling him, Barbara cried. Why are you crying? Gah, it's just that, despite that boy being an obvious degenerate, I'm really touched by your love story. I can't believe we're the same age and your romantic life is the best drama I could ever hear. It really touches me that despite having a son, you have a virgin aura still. I'm so jealous of your innocence. Lisha comforted Barbara, who was crying, To make it worse, she told her that not long ago she turned 30, Barbara cried so much that they had to call a doctor. But that's for another story. Short story April Fool's Day. Today was April Fool's Day, a holiday in my former life, and which seems to have been introduced in this Otome game as a fun event. So I will take advantage of this day to play pranks. But the question is, to whom? Who can I prank? There are many people I know and very few I can prank. First of all, Amy. I can't joke to her because she knows the truth I told her. She thinks I am a goddess messenger, and because of that I know she was going to suffer. So I can't joke with her. The next person I can joke with is Cid. Cid was someone who in the future would become a guy with a horrible personality and a deadly sin bearer. I can't joke with him, as that guy has a terrible sense of humor. I can't joke with the capture targets either, as we are not close. I would like to tease Jake and tell him that his events are the most ridiculous because so much of them he acts like a clown. Then Oscar, who is so proud of his magic that I'd like to tell him how he was defeated by a slime who could use the same attack. So I'd like to be laughing at them. But we're not close enough to do that. Then there's only that option left, them. My lovely and kind fiancés. Lily and Eli. A good joke would be to tell them about their former life roles. I'm sure they'll enjoy laughing at a very silly lie on my part, which hides a bit of truth. Speaking of truth, I want to tell you that I'm a reincarnate, but you wouldn't believe me. So let's tell them I had a prophetic dream, no doubt it will be funny. Thank you for coming. Eli and Lily came to a room set aside for social gatherings. Since today was free, we could occupy the rooms. After serving some tea and cookies, I waited for them to get comfortable. Lily munched on the saltine crackers as if they were the tastiest thing in the world, her hand even touching her cheek, showing how delicious they were. Eli sipped her black tea gracefully. When they finished enjoying the tea and crackers, I said, "Girls, the truth is that I have something to tell you." "Something to tell us?" Eli asked, very interested. "Yeah, here's the thing, this is an Otome game world. A world where Lily is the protagonist and Eli is the cruel villainous daughter." I proceeded to tell a bit of the truth about the game. "I'm late." A beautiful girl was running. Her long blonde hair pulled back in two pigtails was shaking wildly. She is Lily, the protagonist of this Otome game. Lily is a scholarship student who arrived for reasons the plot didn't care about. While running through the large garden of the academy, due to falling asleep, she came across a handsome boy looking at the statue of the goddess Alexia with boredom. Lily was running so fast, she didn't calculate the distance to the boy and they tripped. "Kaya!" Lily shouted as she fell to the grass along with the boy. She quickly got to her feet and helped the boy up as well. "I'm so sorry, I saw you, but I couldn't help but bump into you, I'm really sorry." "Bye." She said that before running away great speed while being watched by the boy. Just barely. Lily arrived in time for the opening ceremony of the school year. Everything was going well so far, until it was her turn for magic theory class. She was smart, trying to understand everything Professor Atlee said. "Do any of you know the answer?" Both, she and a red-haired boy raised their hands. The boy saw Lily, but smiled as if he had the upper hand. "Yes, I." The boy said a very clever answer, it looked like he had won, but the teacher said something else. "Wrong, do you know it, scholarship girl?" Yes, I." Lily said the answer to a difficult question. The red-haired boy himself and the teacher were astonished. Lily blushed a little. The next class was training. The youngsters were training hard. Lily tried her best to move a large dumbbell. "Neeny neeny." She made that cute, weird sound as with both arms she tried to lift a weight. "It's heavy." Some boys and girls laughed at Lily, who, despite being able to use magical power to lift the weight, used only her own strength. After the end of class, Lily managed to lift it, but with both hands. A tan-skinned boy who had lifted a 50-kilogram weight in both hands was watching Lily all this time. Classes had taken their first break. Lily was looking for where to sit to eat, but since the dining hall was crowded, she went somewhere she could sit. Finding the place, she was going to enjoy her lunch, but a beautiful melody caught her attention. "Is that?" She went to look for who was playing that beautiful piano melody. Following the sound, she came to a music room which was not used much and was mostly decoration. There, playing the piano, an attractive pink-haired boy was playing a melody that expressed loneliness and sadness. But Lily thought it was beautiful, so she unintentionally moved closer, to the point that a broom that was nearby made her fall. The boy heard the loud thump and looked at Lily in fright. "Awawa, I'm so sorry." With her mouth in the shape of a W, Lily apologized and ran off. Classes were over and it was time to find their respective dorms. Lily got lost, and somehow ended up in the male dormitory. She was a little scared as some guys were looking at her in a bad way. She was very terrified as she could feel their stares on her big chest and butt. Again she bumped into someone. This was a short, gray-haired boy with a cold stare. "A girl around here? Looking for someone?" "And no, I got lost. In the boys' dormitory. I'm so sorry. Sometimes when I get so focused I lose sight of where I am, I'm so sorry," said Lily as she apologized, crying and shaking her pigtails up and down. The boy sighed and said, "Follow me then, I'll show you where the girls' dormitory is." "Thank you so much." Lily thanked the boy as she clasped her hands together and tears like snot streamed down her face. The boy just looked at her and then took his face away from her as he told her to come with her. Lily arrived safely to the girls' dormitories and from a nearby window she was saying goodbye to the grey-haired boy who felt weird seeing her. Time passed and Lily had already gotten used to her life at the academy. The only problem was that she was bullied. "Why don't you just leave already? Commoner." A group of girls were bullying Lily. They surrounded her and pushed her into an hallway. The leader of the girls bullying Lily arrived. Dressed in a refined manner, with her long blonde hair swaying in the wind and her intense red eyes. The girl, the daughter of a duke, the villainess Elisa, made her entrance. She put her hands on her hips and with a hostile tone spoke to Lily. "I already figured it was this fuss, but I never imagined that in truth the reason for the stench in the air was due to the smell of commoner, ha ha ha." Lily wanted to cry at Elisa's cruel words. Lily bravely replied to Elisa, "If you really dislike me so much, then face me and don't send your lackeys." That made a vein appear on Elisa's forehead. "A filthy commoner like you, speaking to a duke's daughter." Elisa approached to slap Lily when her hand was stopped by someone. "What do you think you're doing, Elisa?" A group of 5 young men arrived on the scene. The blonde-haired boy was giving Elisa a dirty look, after all. Prince Regulux. He was her fiancé. Regulux, Lambert, Belange, Oscar, and Jake, the capture targets, had come to aid Lily from the cruel villainous Elisa. Elisa withdrew her hand and gave Eli an evil look. She was gone, but her murderous intent still stood. Regulux muttered, "A truly hideous woman as always." "Sorry about that, Lily, are you all right?" Regulux's smile was affectionate and one of genuine concern. But the others would not be far behind. "You should ask me to be your bodyguard so those girls don't bother you," Belange exclaimed as he emphasized his pecs. "Brute strength isn't everything. But I believe the same thing, only, with my help, none of them will bother you as long as they know I have your back," Oscar said, smiling as he stepped in front of Belange. But Jake didn't stay quiet. "Haha! The house of a count and a marquis is nothing when you compare it to that of a future duke. My house is the most suitable since only I can rival Elisa." Lambert, who was silent until now, cut off Jake's words of victory. "If you can't even stop a simple experiment from exploding, protecting Lily-san will be much worse." "What did you say?" Lambert stood close to Lily, his hand, if he lifted it, he could grab her by the shoulder. I said the one most capable of truly protecting her is me. As long as if you want me to, of course. Hey, Lambert, it's rare that you show interest in anything. I'm sorry, Your Highness, but Lily-san is the most interesting rarity I've ever met. Don't call her an rarity. Lily smiled and heartily said. Everyone, thank you for your support. And so marched Lily's days and capture targets for the 2 years the prologue lasted. Then came the war and the end of the villainess. And that's what would have happened. Isn't it a nice joke what happened, hee. I thought they would be intrigued with this light truth, I'd like to know what they were thinking, but the next thing that happened was totally unexpected. You're the worst. They both slapped me hard across the face and I fell out of my chair. How could you even think of telling us such a lie like that? You're horrible, Razel kun. Lily burst into tears as she covered her eyes. Me bothering Lily? Her meeting with those 5? My tragic end like my mother's. Don't talk to us all day and then come apologize to us. Eli grabbed Lily, who was still crying, and they left in annoyance. I was speechless, but there was only one thing that needed to be said. But, this is how everything was supposed to be, is the original route so horrible? Understood, I will never say this again in life.